tough part about this was trying to get over all these cords without killing myself. I'm trying to remember what lighting I did for yesterday. I think I actually had the box light on. There we go. That's better. Like, I don't think I was that washed out yesterday, but... Alright. We're here. I'm here, at least. Ugh. Continue the marathon from yesterday night. Oh, I need to move my microphone closer. There we go. Continuing from yesterday night. Tried to start a little earlier. It's technically earlier, an hour earlier than yesterday, so technically speaking, still counts. I am by definition earlier than yesterday. So, even if I keep getting up and standing up and moving around and stuff like that, such is the nature of putting streams on by yourself. Anyway, so hopefully, I try to move as few chords as possible. So the hope is that this will work the same as it did yesterday. None of the sound things have started getting wonky and weird. And, be able to play the trailers pretty much as well as we did yesterday. We'll wait a minute or two for someone to show up so they can tell me if my audio is not working. There's a lot of chords going on right now, so I'm trying to not trip myself up on these. Just give me a second to get situated here. I was like wondering what the heck's poking my back. I'm up against the Squishmallow that has, like, just one little decoration on the top. That's hurting my back. So I'm like, oh, jeez. So, those who were not here yesterday, I am going to be reacting to all the Genshin Impact demos, character demos. And I got through, judging on this playlist, 38 of 76 yesterday. So, a good amount. As Tao says, I'm very much a very big fan of Honkai Star Rail, which I, speak about much often. But I've actually known about Genshin Impact longer. I've been the fandom of that particular franchise longer. But the game frustrated me, honestly. I found it very difficult to play, at least in the very beginning of it. And I never got out of the first area. So I'm going back to try and play and progress further in the game. But before starting that, I figure watching all these trailers, seeing all the characters that are beyond the rather mediocre first region, can hopefully give me something to work towards, a goal to move forward with, and play the game a little bit more. So, that's what we did yesterday. To keep up on this is where our trailers sit right now. So we have S, A, B, C, D, and F. F being the character, either I thought the trailer was bad, it was unmemorable, or I just don't like the character themselves. D being it's bare minimum of what you need to do in order to make a functional trailer, but it is a functional trailer. Just either it was too short, didn't have enough going on, or just was not informative and it felt like a bunch of stock footage. But, it might have some redeeming thing that keeps it above F, like good music or something. I remember I judged this girl right here just because she has a country accent, and she does not look like someone who would have a country accent. It's kind of weird. Then this is average, obviously, again, probably just above the bare minimum, where, like, they're functional trailers, they're interesting, they're doing something either interesting cinematography-wise, or the voice acting's good, or the music's particularly good. I just don't particularly care for them. Either the characters are people I'm not, like, majorly impressed on, or, like, there's no, like, major storyline. I like my trailers to have a little bit of a storyline in them. Character interactions of some sort, something that isn't just, let me show off the animations the characters can do in battle, because once I have the character, I can watch that all I want, but I want the trailer to make me want the character. So, and then we have B, which is, the ones I think that are very well made trailers. They are good trailers. They're just not necessarily ones that I'm going and being like, wow, I want to watch that a second time. They're just ones that I'm like, good, functional, interesting things going on. They're usually just missing something along the way to kind of elevate them into the A1As, where a lot of the best trailers are going to be going. either really good characters, really good introductions, really good music, cinematography, and stuff like that. And then the S ones, which right now we only have 2 characters right now in the S tier. If you've watched me at all and you know anything about me in my relationship with Genshin Impact, you knew he was going to be up here. But I'm actually surprised that he's got someone else up here. So, these are the ones that I'm like, wow, that was amazing. I want to watch it again, and I want to pull for that character. I'm willing to spend my money to get that character. You know, so right now we have at the top Zhongli, my favorite character I've made for Fest very many times. Love that guy. And then Ayaka, actually, surprisingly. I didn't even know who she was, really, before this. So I was just really that impressed by her character. And like I said, I know a lot about, like, osmosis-wise of Genshin Impact, but I'm otherwise pretty much going into these trailers blind with, like, mid knowledge. So I'm really, it's a little bit of a blind review, it's a little bit of a ranking thing. And I'm just kind of waiting to see if anyone else will show up in the chat. That way when I start playing it, someone can tell me whether or not they can hear the audio. Because the audio was not working yesterday. My sister came up and worked some magic. So, let me give it a second to see if anyone will pop into the chat. So let me see if anyone else. Let's see. There. Okay. What I need you to tell me is that when I start playing this YouTube video, you can hear it. Okay? Again, nothing should have changed because I didn't move any cords. And they got all tangled up, so I even untangled them without unplugging them. Like, I was doing a little bit of a jigsaw there, but just tell me whether you can hear the music and stuff going on in this trailer, and whether, like, it's coming through clearly or not. And we'll get on to the reacting. Okay, so... Can you hear that? Let me play. I'm going to react to this one, and then just tell me if you can't hear it. But let's start off with, because I should start recording these as well. Let's get to the reactions, because I got a lot of videos still to get through. So, I believe this character's name is Cole. I assume that's how it's... I'm assuming because, like, that's how you spell lay for, like, Hawaii, but... I know... So, we finished yesterday, we went through the first 3 regions of the games. That would be Mondstadt, Liyue, and Inazuma, which are, you know, the wind, earth, and electric. And today we're starting off with Sumeru, which is the Dendro area, or the life area, plant area, whatever you want to call it. It's got the people who make grass things. Looking forward to seeing this one, because I do know a lot of characters from this region, because again, my second favorite character in the game is in this region, so I know a lot of the characters in this region. The thing I know about this girl is she's a bow person. She's a free unit. I don't have her, but I know she's a free unit. And she's Tainari's student, I believe. She has some correlation to him. I know that he's usually shipped with Sino, and then this is, a lot of people would consider like their daughter. So I don't know how much true or not that is. It's shipping cultures, that's all I know about it, but let's see. So I actually don't know a whole lot about her at all besides that. But anyway, so just let me know if you can't hear anything. I can hear it through my thing, but 3, 2, 1.
Trainee Forest Ranger Kale reporting for duty. I will ensure your safe passage through this forest. I think I finally got that line down. I didn't get any of it wrong, did I? I'm feeling alright today. I'll take the chance to try to get some more done than usual. Even if it's a life or death situation, I'll never need to rely on their power again.
I like the violin in the background, that's nice. It's kind of playful. When she throws her bow, that's pretty cool. So yeah, there's Tainari.
Anyway, you two know Amber, right?
Okay, so she knows Amber's home. Yeah, well, that's because I turned it down on my computer. I can turn it up. So it's not... I turned it down a little bit so it wasn't too loud on my headphones, so it's not coming through very strong. I'm going to turn it up a little bit more on my computer. That's fine. Okay. Cool. That's good to know then. So, I think she said Kali? Or Kole? I always pronounce it Kole, but I guess Kale? It works. So, I've said before that bow characters are a little bit of a hard sell for me because there's just so many of them. Like when we were in Inazuma and reacting to those trailers, I think over half the characters for that region have bows. So there's a lot of bow characters. And I do remember that when this region was being released, it was actually like the one that brought a lot of people back into the game because apparently the last, like, not as many people were pleased with Inazuma's I don't know either. It was the region or the story performance, but I heard a lot of people didn't like Inazuma as much. Like, which is funny. So no one really likes Mondstadt a whole lot. A lot of people seem to be at least fond of the UA. And then Inazuma had like mixed opinions. So I remember like when Sumeru came out, a lot of people, that was the thing that brought a lot of people back into the game because it had a lot. First of all, it had a lot more Dendro characters who really didn't exist in the game up until that point. Funny thing, you have 7 elements and yet you don't have like any of one of them.
Play it for a second. Play some sound for a second.
Safe passage through this forest.
My sister's checking the audio.
Finally got that line down. I didn't get any of it wrong, did I?
I do like this
Feeling
music.
all right today. I'll take the chance to try to get some more done than usual. Even if it's a life or death situation, I'll never need to rely on their power again.
It's got an interesting outfit too, with the like poofed sleeves. For someone that lives in the forest at least.
Is that better audio-wise? Maybe on the TVS. Send the video over on my pen here.
Just like we rehearsed.
She says yeah.
Anyway, you two know Amber, right?
I like how like Amber's appeared in a lot of different, like at least 4 other trailers, but she has no demo of her own. She's one of the starter characters you get at the very beginning, but like she's been referred to in like 3 other trailers.
Yeah, that should be better.
But like the fact that she doesn't have her own trailer is kind of weird when you think about it. So it's kind of like she has these connection to other characters, but I guess like I don't know. That's funny. Anyway, so sorry, not. I hate when it does that. Give me a second. Sometimes when you are on a playlist, it'll just randomly like push you out of the playlist and be like, "Here's the next random video." I'm like, "Nope, I want a playlist." Anyway, so Kole, I'm still gonna call her that until I actually use her and like hear her voice a little bit more. I'm like, I'm gonna still call her that. It's funny seeing her because I've seen her name all over the place. Like I told you, the way I know her is that like again, a lot of people ship. I know a lot of characters from shipping. You know, at least from like osmosis, a lot of people ship Tainari and Sino, and they consider like Kole like their adoptive daughter. So I've seen her name a lot. I've never seen her appearance a lot. That's why it's kind of interesting to see her now and be like, I've not really seen you a whole lot, so it's kind of interesting to see you. So where do I want to work? I do, again, a lot of bow characters. I do really like the fact that she throws her bow as a weapon attack. It's funny they haven't done that up until this point, but like I think that's a cool thing to do. And again, I don't mind bow characters as much as long as it kind of makes sense for them. So you know, someone who lives in a forest, that kind of makes sense. I like the violin music that was going on in the background. I thought, you know, I think her outfit's pretty cool. Where am I gonna put her? I think I'm gonna put her in B. Because again, I think the trailer is good. I like the music. I do like her design for the most part. I like her, like I said, her throwing the bow. But I also don't think the trailer is that doing anything too fascinating. It's just really timing her attack motions to the music, which is fine. And again, there's, I guess, some hint to Amber at the end there. But it's funny that she mentions Amber when, again, like I said, my correlation to her is Tainari, who he appears. He's the guy with the fox ears, by the way. But there's no mention of him at all. There's not really a mention of her either. Like, I think she's supposed to be afflicted with some sort of sickness or something like that, and like I didn't hear any like correlation to that there. So good trailer. Just a little bit more on the basic side. So she's going to go and B for that. So let's see next. Let me get to the who we got next. Oh, and there's Tainari right there. Okay, well then you're gonna see him pretty close. This is like one of the, like, when I knew only like 4 Genshin characters, like the reason I knew them was I knew him, and then Sino's coming up at some point here because he's also in this region. But the reason I knew them was purely because if you're looking at a group of like anime-esque looking characters from like a video game, like a lot of them blur together, especially like in the last region. The reason I remember these two is like, okay, well that's the guy with fox ears, and that's the guy with like a jackal hood. That's pretty easy to pick out from a crowd, because at the very least you can see the ears. So like, this is one of the characters I didn't know his name for the longest time. I just knew him like, there's the fox ear guy. Which again, they have like 4 animal half animal characters in this game, and I'm like, I don't know if they ever actually explain why they have that. But hey, I'm good for the fact that they have at least 2 male characters that are like half animal, because all the rest of them are seen to be cat girls, and like the one fox lady. So I'm down for them having any other options. So I just got him actually. He was part of a banner recently that like allowed you to get like one character for free, and he was on that, so I got him because just all the other characters I either had or I like figured I could get easier. So I did just get him, so I just started using him in the game. So let's see what his trailer has. 3, 2, 1.
The sweetwater mushroom has a brown conical cap and a white body. Consuming it may induce delirium.
Ah, beautiful mushroom maiden.
Sweetwater mushrooms proliferate very rapidly during the rainy season. Much like these fungi here. On second thought, perhaps these are multiplying a little too fast.
This is also another character that I wasn't sure if it was a guy or a girl when I first saw him. I do like the kind of like black still effects they're doing in some of these things. That's pretty cool.
One with the forest.
It's all teary-eyed.
Fungi aren't typically this aggressive. I wonder what's causing it. Could it be a new genetic mutation? Or maybe it's the rain agitating them. Huh? Looks like I'll have to put my research on hold. Let's nip that in the bud.
The flute in the background, I like that.
So that was a hallucination. Has a slightly bitter taste and a distinctive scent. Toxin is mild, but alters the perception of one's surroundings. All right. I'll add that to the next edition of A Field Guide to Rainforest Life.
Yeah, I've just gotten him recently, so I haven't heard his voice lines a lot. So that actually, his voice has an interesting kind of lilt to it. Okay, so we're gonna rank that one. So, let's see. What did I like about that one? I did like the music. I really like the rainforest sort of vibes that they had going on with that, with, you know, like the flute or whatever they had in the background gives that sort of like, you know, water sort vibes that you have with rainforest and fact like that. I like, again, I always like a little bit of a story in the trailer, so I like the whole story that he's out studying things, and then, you know, studying other people, and then it turns out that he was under the effects of it himself the whole time, and he just keeps going on. I'd do, I do like a little story like that. I like the biggest thing that this one, I think I'll put this one in A. And the reason this one's going to beat out like the one with Kole that we just did, even though they're both bow dendro units, is it has to do with the like cinematography that we're doing. Both of them are bow units, so both of them are using pretty much the same like standard 3-shot shoot, do a flip shoot type of thing. But there was a lot more like flashes of color, bursts of like, green in there. They had like, again, I love it when they do the little constellation thing they show. Like they did the little fox constellation there. I thought it was pretty cool. And like the slow-mo shots when he's hitting the different mushrooms and they got tears in their eyes, and like it just feels like the production value is a little higher with that one. I felt that they were doing a little bit more, which makes sense. She's a 4-star character, he's a 5-star character. That would make sense. They're going to put more effort into the one that you need to use money in order to get. So I'm going to put him in A there. I don't think I can put him any higher than that. Not quite S rate. I do really like Tainari a lot, but I think his design is cool, and I think his personality is funny. The fact that he's actually very stern and serious, except for when he's like studying things, and he also kind of plays the straight man to the other characters he's going to be seen with later on. You'll see Sino and Kave, and I'll hate them too. He kind of is the straight man to their craziness that goes on. So I do like his personality. I like his design. I like the fact that he's pretty much wearing a hoodie. Like, I like when you can do a character design that's like kind of a little fantasy, but also has something very recognizable. And it also makes sense. He lives in the forest. He has to move around a lot pretty easily. So I can give him A. I don't think he's enough to give S, but I can give him an A. See who we got next. Dory. I think I've seen her before. I think. Dory, thank you for your generous purchase. God, I hope this isn't like a shopkeeper. I don't really like money grubbing characters. This is the reason I never really I was okay with Anna earlier in Fire Emblem, but when she kind of became money obsessed later on, I didn't like her at all. I don't care for money grubbing characters, so hopefully it's not that. But anyway, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Dory's Divine Bazaar. Everything you need with
And she's a child. Great.
Want to take a nap? Stay dry? See a sumpter beast? No problem. With enough Mora, you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia.
I think we stuffed it in Tamagotchi or something. The music in the background is interesting. Broadsword user, that's interesting. Who's supposed to have like a genie theme, I guess.
Here's the goods. Your Mora's mine. My Mora is mine, and your Mora is mine too.
Alright. That's not a poorly made trailer. It had, again, a lot of good visual effects going on in the background. I didn't really understand the music choice. I guess it was kind of going for Arabian Nights sound, but it was also kind of techno. So, I don't know what to make of the music. It feels odd. And like I said, that as a character is probably hitting all the things I don't like in a character at the same time. Sounds like a very money-grubbing character. It's a small child that I don't think is supposed to be a child. I think that's supposed to be an adult that just is a small child for some reason. And I thought her attack thing she was doing, like riding around on like a little like slime thing like that, I thought that's weird to me. I don't really care for her appearance either. Gosh, where can do it? I think the best I can give her is D. Because the trailer's not bad. But I really don't like many things, but I don't really like her design. I didn't really like the music. I thought, again, it felt weird, like J-pop or something like that. Like, the theming felt weird. When, there's like this sort of Arabian Nights vibes going in the music in the background, but it sounded kind of techno too. So I was like, That's a character that probably, in context of the game, would annoy the heck out of me. For like a lot of reasons. Because usually, again, the problem with money grubbing characters isn't like innately that they're greedy. You can make a greedy character, um, entertaining. You can make them endearing. But the thing is, with the ones that are like money grubbing, where they're constantly trying to seek you out, you always feel like they're trying to swindle you, and especially when they're female. They just try to cute weasel their way out of things, and that for some reason just is a pet peeve for me in characters. Because don't mind me, I don't mind cute characters. I don't even mind cute characters that can be a little mischievous and stuff like that. But like the ones that are clearly trying to rip you off and do something dishonest, but are like, but my cuteness will get me by, and that looks like that sort of character with that sort of appearance. Nah, I think that would be a character that would very much annoy me. So, unfortunately, I'm putting her pretty low. The trailer is honestly fine, but I really don't. She seems not like a good character. Candace, I think. Shield of Sworn Protection. I think she's supposed to be like a desert person, like a tribe person. I think I've seen her before. I'm pretty sure she uses a lance. Anyway. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Sounds like Journey kind of right now.
Welcome, weary traveler from afar. I'd really love to look into your
the
future
two-color
with
eyes,
my
that's cool.
amber eye, if I could. Nights in the desert are cruel. Sleep soundly and know that I am watching over you.
I like her outfit. I like the dark blues and golds.
Do your worst. Too easy.
Shield, that's nice.
A shield is not enough to protect the most important things. That's why I must also wield a spear. Hear my prayer!
Music's nice too.
This new strength I now gain in the present is preparing me for trials that lie ahead in the future.
I thought her voice acting was pretty cool. That seems like a very which I kind of expect for someone who's like in a desert. It has like a kind of cool, calm, like nighttime vibe to it, and she seems like a more stoic protector. She also has a weapon. Her spear looks a lot like the one I know Sino uses. So I wonder if the two of them are related in any way, or maybe just come from the same tribe. I don't know where Sino comes from either, to be honest. I know like very little actually about him. I know more about his appearance than anything, but I'm like, I thought it was cool. I also it's nice to have what was it, heterochromia? When you have the two different color eyes, that's pretty cool. Like the one gold eye, one blue eye, and I didn't really quite catch the voice line, but it sounds like there's something special about the fact that she has the one golden eye. I do like the fact they had a lot of that spinning circular motion, because again, I like when they use the this is the kind of the same thing when I judged this lady up here. I like when they have a lance user that has the kind of like the dancing flow to them. I think she's a water character. Which is interesting because like she's probably the first character that like I'm assuming because of the blue energy, that she might be a water character. I assume. So I liked her. I thought she was pretty cool. Then we're gonna put her in B. And the real reason why is because while I do think the trailer was good, I like the music and I like the flow of it. I will admit it does have the same problem that a couple of these other ones do, and the reason they're in the B tier, it's not terribly informative. Like I said, I'm pretty sure she's a water character, but it wasn't really obvious whether she was. I'm just assuming that because she's blue in theming, but that isn't always necessarily true. So I would have liked to see a little bit more elemental energy stuff going on. I do like the sword and shield vibes, because we haven't seen a lot of people with like shields or anything like that. I like that. I like her tone of voice. It's kind of calming. She, she also just seems like a typical desert dweller, which maybe that is all she does. But I'm like, I feel kind of like the same way I did for like for her, or like from some of these other ones where I'm like, I think it's a good trailer. I think it's still just missing something. Like, you know, it needs to be a little bit more informative. Essentially so that, like, what goes between, like, memorable and just kind of fades to the back of your mind. So we're going to put her there. I think she looks cool, though. I wouldn't be opposed to trying to use her if I had the option. I don't know if she's a 5-star or a 4-star, but she looks cool. Who do we got next? Sino. Well, there he is. I figured he was showing up sooner or later. So again, the biggest thing I know about this guy, it's actually three major traits. So one, he has this whole Jekyll Numis vibe to him, so I would see him on marketing, I can remember who he was because of just he has a very distinctive outfit. I know he's always shit with Tainari, which I always thought was funny because I thought that both of them had fox ears. I'm like, oh no, one of them has fox ears, the other one's wearing just like a fox hood, which is funny. And he's part of like the little friend group with like Alhaitham and Kaveh, and he's very serious and stoic. He has this whole judgment vibe to him, but he's also like a huge fan of like really bad puns and bad jokes, and also like an avid like trading card collector. So he has this kind of mix between like stoic and like quirky things to him. I don't really know anything about the character's story or like where he comes from or why he has these abilities. I just know the basic of his personality from reading stories online. So let's see what they have for... And I also saw a really cool animation with him for Hoyu Fair once. So let's see what his trailer has in 3, 2, 1.
The sands devour. A new life emerges.
No shoes, love that.
In the cycle of life and death, whatever is sown will be reaped. And when the moral order is disrupted, judgment will come swiftly.
I think his design is
Every
very
soul
cool.
will be weighed.
This is a really cool design.
I vow to uphold the rules and punish evil. No matter how arduous this path may be, I will follow its course to the end. Through me, justice is served.
This is really cool. You get like kind of like bandages and claws. That's pretty cool.
Until one day, humanity stands blameless, purged of its transgressions.
Cool. Very much an edgy guy there. So let's see, where's Sino right here. Sino has a really just cool design. That's why I knew who he was even before I really got that far into the fandom, because a lot of these characters do kind of blur together. A lot of them are hard to tell apart, especially if you don't know they're, like, if you're only looking at fan art and you don't, like, the person doesn't necessarily say who they're drawing. Sometimes it's very hard to tell the characters apart, especially, like, for a while I followed this one, like, comic person who only did black and white comics. So, like, for a while I knew what Child looked like, but I didn't know what his name was because he looked a lot like a lot of other characters, so it was hard to tell. But, so I know he's one that's very easily distinctive because he has a very distinctive appearance. So, where do I want to put him? Because I'm kind of stuck between... Because on one hand, he kind of sits in that one where he's like... He's doing a lot of things design-wise that I really like. I love the blacks and the golds and the purple and, like, the lightning. This whole God of Judgment vibe he's got going on. I love, like, the fact that, again, they do something interesting. This, again, Sumeru was the one where they started trying to, like, you know, give a little bit more variation between the weapon types. So, like, you know, he's a spear wielder, but they also have, like, that secondary form he has, like, where he's going, like, full, like, God of Judgment mode with like that like Anubis form he's got going on with the claws and stuff like that. I actually have him in as a character, and I do admit that is kind of fun to use. I like kind of dark mystery going on with his trailer. Again, who doesn't like a good Judgment character and stuff like that? I like, just dark flashes, lightning, and stuff like that. And lightning can sometimes be a hard sell of an element for me because this is something I kind of brought up when I was reviewing the Raiden Shogun, is that it's a bit predictable. Lightning only works in so many ways. That's why usually it's not always even considered a main element when you have a system that has elements in it. Sometimes they just roll lightning in with, like, sky or something. So, or like, in the case of, like, Avatar, they rolled it in with firebending. Like, lightning usually is rolled into another element because it's usually not strong enough on its own. But, that was pretty good. Where do I want to put Sino? Where do I want to put him? I think I'll put him in A. The trailer on its own isn't blowing me away. I think it has really good music. I like the effects. I really like his design, and I like how they show his whole Judgment thing. He's going to go up here a little bit, somewhat of favoritism. I do really like this character, so I'm putting him up here too. And also, I can put him next to Tainari because those two go together. They're a very popular ship. I don't even know what context that has in the game. Like, I don't even know if they even have any sort of scenes in the game, but I know they're a very popular ship. But I also just think he's cool. I like a white-haired character with red eyes. Come on, There's certain tropes that in, like, character design that you have to look at and be like, okay, that's just a cool-looking character. You don't really need to sell me on a whole lot else. Anyway, let's see who's next.
Miss Nilu, will you...
Okay, Nilu, I guess? Dance of the Delicate Lotus. I'm pretty sure I know who this character is. She has like a veil and like these kind of like ornamental horns, I think. She's a dancer, if I remember correctly. Don't really know anything about her outside of that, though, so let's see. 3, 2, 1.
Will you teach me the dance you came up with in the desert? Slow down. First, close your eyes and relax your body.
She is a familiar voice.
Then, picture an oasis bathed in starlight.
She's
Now imagine
really pretty,
that you
too.
are the water, clear and bright, just like jelly. To the world, you're invisible. It never stops to notice you. So you stand up,
Really pretty.
you leap and twirl, and you show them through dance.
She's a sword user, that's cool. Kind of reminds you of like Olivia or Azura.
A captivating dance is like water about to boil. Quiet whispers grow into a chorus of cheers. To make ripples in your audience's hearts, you have to make a big splash. Dance with the waves!
And like the floral effect with the water there, that's really pretty. A lot of these water effects are really pretty.
Wow! Pretty amazing, huh?
Nilu? Do you know where the ribbon for tomorrow's performance went?
Sure do. I was practicing with it in the desert. I'll work something out.
Okay. She's really pretty. I like, kind of almost has like this aerial vibe. She also reminds me kind of the dancers in Fire Emblem. Who are a class I generally do like. Okay, Nilu. Where is she? Down here. Alright. I really liked, that one was very visually pretty. I liked, the water effects. Actually, a lot of things that I like in her character are things I like in my one of my favorite characters in Star Rail is again the water, the lotus effects, they the sparkle and around it. It had a very peaceful, almost kind of Sonic 06 Soliana vibes to it. Her voice is familiar. I feel like her voice actress probably does someone in Fire Emblem. Like, not distinctly familiar. A lot of the females are usually distinctly familiar, but her voice sounds familiar. And I really like the cinematography in that one. It's just really pretty. Like the water, the thing she's going on there. I'll put her up in A too. A lot of the Sumeru characters are getting an A right now. I think that also says something about how Genshin was making trailers at the time. A lot of people do agree, from at least in the fandom, that Sumeru, the fourth region, was where they really kind of took a little bit of a shift, and the quality got better. The story got a little bit better, the presentation of the characters got better, and the trailer quality got better. So that is kind of being reflected here, with the exception of, like, Dory's trailer wasn't necessarily bad, it just I don't like her. But, like, a lot of the other ones here. She also does more of what I kind of wish Candace here did. And the fact that I like her, she's the whole, like, oasis in the desert sort of vibe. So I like that there's more incorporating in the water element here. And it makes her just, and also doing it at night, timing it well to the music, just makes her a very pretty trailer. Okay, who we got next? Nahida. I believe she's the Archon for this region. So the life person. I do think she's cute.
Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. I spy a new friend.
It's like when she jumps on it, it's like jumping on keys on a keyboard. Just take like a screenshot when she does that. That's cool. There's some very pretty visuals here. Little chorus that's going on in the background here. That's ominous. Okay, suddenly not so pretty. Okay, that's a sudden turn there. Got really ominous and dark at the moment, at the end there. That's interesting. That was actually a really good trailer. Again, kid characters are a hard sell for me, but I give Nahida I do know a bit of her story. And the fact that, like, she is a character that I don't mind because she's, a kid, but she acts as a kid, even though she is technically older than that. She's a kid that acts like a kid, so that's fine with me. And I also really like her design. All of her, like, attacks and moves, you kind of saw it there, are kind of based, like, off of, like, commands in a computer, because that's kind of a bit of the vibe that goes in Sumeru. Is, like, they have an academia, there's technologies and stuff like that. So I like that all of her attacks, they're like life based, but they look like a computer, like you're taking a screenshot, you know, going and typing on keys, or like when she's doing with her fingers and stuff like that, or like dragging a mouse. I do really like that interpretation of like a life element as like, you know, a computer, kind of like that. And I really like the I thought that the at the very least this is a really good trailer in the ways of like it makes me curious about the character. Because like again they have this kind of, you know, it's sweet, it's happy, she's playing around with her little mushroom friends. Her voice is kind of high. That's to be expected for a younger character, so not personally my favorite, but it's to be expected for that kind of character, so I would much prefer her to have a high-pitched voice than her to sound like she's 30, which is the problem with some of these kid characters. So, where do I want to put Nahida? Debating whether she'll go A or whether I want to put her in S or not. Because I really like the fact that she had, that one, like, again, this kind of, she's going from this location to that location. They're showing like these different creatures, you know, and they zoom in on her eyes and stuff like that. The colors changing, and then they have those little glitches in the system, hinting that something's wrong. And then the end, you have like just, you know, this beautiful paradise. All of a sudden, this shutters away, and then she's sitting alone in the dark. I just like that. It's really intriguing. I think I'll give her an S. Because I really like that. Because, like, again, it's a really good trailer should be one that makes you immediately intrigued to know more. Like, I want to see what goes on with that character. And I know a little bit of her story. So I know a little bit about why the trailer does that. But I think in terms of building up hype for a character, making them intrigued for a character to show up, I think that's exactly what you need to do. Is to do stuff like that. And also I like the music. I like how it kind of went to a chorus at some point. And it seems all the thing that pushes it above into the S is again that ending scene where it seems all idealistic. She's hanging out in this verdant forest, and then it just suddenly cuts out, the screen glitches, and then you're like, oh, is she in like some sort of simulation or something? And she's just sitting alone in the dark. Like that's what pushed it above to an S rank for me. I really like that at the end there. Layla, I believe. Radiant Star Trail. I don't have any clue who this character is, so we're going in totally blind on this one. Alright. 3, 2, 1.
Even when we're not looking up at the stars, they're always there.
She looks like Black Swan.
Why do I have to write so many papers? Why?
Her personality sounds like Lynn Hart. She's got a pretty design.
My guiding stars. Not now.
She's a nice character. I like the star theming, the astral theming.
Huh? What are you doing up? Me? Sleepwalking, of course.
Her personality reminds me a lot of Lynn Hart. You know, the sleepy scholar sort of vibes. Okay, so where do I rank her? I don't know anything about her, so I'm kind of going purely off of vibes here. So I like her outfit. I think it's cool. She admittedly looks a lot like Candace. Like, these two characters look very similar, even though I don't think they're related at all. I will say, I think that she's more convincing than, like, Mona down here, who is also supposed to be, like, she seems to be a divination person of some sort, which is kind of like what Mona is here supposed to be, and that's the thing I didn't like about her, is that, like, she didn't have any sort of divination stuff in her. I like that she has the star themes. I like that she has, they have this kind of sweet lullaby music. I like the way the camera, like, flips over between the night and day sort of thing. I can give her a B. I think I can give her a B. She looks a lot. There's another character that looks a lot like her in Star Rail called Black Swan that has the same sort of split, like long ponytail veil on the top. Um, I like Black Swan a lot more because she's a more interesting character, namely just in the fact that, like, you know, she has that kind of soft, sleepy voice, but she's also a very perceptive person. This person just seems sleepy. So she's kind of one of those characters that I feel like could, depending on how the story she's used in would go, could go one of two ways. Where she could either, again, be, because what a sleepy character is sometimes can be a little difficult. If you overdo this, it's like any trope or quirk, it gets annoying over time. You know, like imagine like if she constantly falls asleep in conversations or something. But if you play it well in terms of her being wise, then that probably wouldn't be too bad. So I'll give her B because I think it's a good trailer. I don't think one thing or the other about it. I think the design's interesting. I like the astral theming of it, but there's not really a whole lot else I have to say about her. Okay, who we got next? Wanderer of Solitude Past and Present. I know who this guy is because he's on... If there's somebody that people love to make fan art for some reason of, it's this guy. It's because also, this isn't... I do know this. That's not his actual name, because he doesn't actually have a name. He originally starts, I believe, as an antagonist, and then changes into a playable character later on, and you have the option of giving him a name. So you can name him whatever you want. But he's like, kind of like how the Traveler is called the Traveler, because they can have whatever name. This guy's called the Wanderer, because he can have whatever name. We'll see what it shows in his trailer. This is a character I think has an interesting design, but without context of his story mode, just seeing his quotes and his scenes out of context, he seems like a character I would not like. But again, without the context of his story, I know this guy has a big story thing behind him. I can't really tell. So right now we're going to just kind of go off trailers and see what they show. 3, 2, 1. Got a very cinematic look right now.
Hey, you there! We heard there's an inn near here. Gonna need you to show us the way. Huh? We won't ask twice.
Two big, strong Fatui, asking me to be their chaperone. Is this some kind of joke?
Think you're funny, do you? You'll regret that!
Sure I will.
Got like a chanting in the background, that's kind of cool.
The wind rises.
You'll die 1,000 deaths for this!
I look forward to that. Sadly, you won't be there to see it.
Yeah, very interesting cinematography going on right now with all these different shifting frames and stuff. Kind of psychedelic.
What a waste of space. Just as useless alive or dead. You were looking for trouble. No one to blame but yourselves. Huh? We're done here. Next time you're looking for directions, I suggest you find your own way.
Okay. I honestly was expecting his voice to be a little different, so I'm actually okay with that. It was a little lower than I expected, and that's actually probably better for this type of character. This is a character that's kind of hard to rank because, again, I, as someone who's been in the fandom for a little bit, kind of know what this character looks like when he's an antagonist. And I don't really know a lot about him, so this is him clearly post that when he's a playable character. So trying to just go off what's shown in the trailer there. Does it? He kind of reminds me a lot of Zhao in a lot of ways, where he's like, again, kind of like edgy boy, wind character. Ironically, he's also a wind person like Zhao was. I do like how they had kind of the psychedelic effects going on there. The way that, again, I like that there are moments there's like things like, you know, his eyes are scribbled out at times. Or like it'll just flashes. So clearly, again, this is a character I know that has a past of some sort. The problem is that, again, as someone who's not played the game, that point, I don't know what it is. So it's kind of like I feel like I'm definitely missing context on this character. I do like the fact that it has a little story to it. I thought the wind things were pretty interesting with him. It would have been nice if he was interacting with another character instead of random enemies. Is probably the biggest thing I'm feeling right now. Is like, on one hand, I liked it. I thought it was cool. I think his outfit's cool. But again, on the other hand, it's kind of like I'm just feeling like edgy, angry emo boy. So I'm like kind of like, I've already seen like 4 of those already. Like I said, Zhao definitely falls into that category. You could even argue Xino falls into that category. Do I find him any more distinctively different than the others I've seen already? Then we're going to put him in B. A good trailer. I think it's a good trailer. Again, without context, I know this character has a lot more to him that's being shown in this trailer. But without that context, he just seems like, again, another one of the, like, edgy, angry boys. And I really would like to see him interacting with another character. He's just interacting with random NPCs, enemy characters here. And it would have been really nice to see him interact with another character, get a better vibe for personality. Because otherwise, he just seems like, you know, quiet, solitary, like, samurai character. And, you know, that's fine. But it's also, like, you know, I just would have liked something a little bit more distinctive. But I do think it's a good trailer. I'm curious. I'm definitely curious. Not quite as, you know, much as like in the previous trailer, so. Who next? I'm gonna guess that's Faruzan. I don't know who this is either. Master of Ingenious Devices. Alright. 3, 2, 1.
No sense of respect! Academic research isn't some kind of fad. Topics don't just go in and out of fashion. Madame Farozan's life started more than 100 years ago, and her story covers as much ground as some major academic publications. What is it that you would like to learn more about? Different forms of pressure-based puzzle mechanisms? The base layer design of elemental monuments? Sure, I'll hang out with you youngsters.
Interesting music choice. Kind of looks like Hatsune Miku.
Truth repeats its course.
But that could definitely be a Hatsune Miku skin. She's a bow unit.
What do you think? Got any interest in becoming my student? What did you say? Oh, I'm old now, so every other phrase escapes my ears. Try calling me Madame Farozan, and I'll see if I can pick that up.
She reminds me a lot of Nyx from Fire Emblem Fates, who, if I'm reading this trailer right, the vibes I'm getting from her is she's one of those like really intelligent prodigy mages who's a lot older than she looks. Which is hit or miss for me again. It kind of falls into the same trap of, you know, young immortals sort of thing that I don't really care for. I do think her outfit's cool. I like the triangle designs that are kind of incorporated in there. Again, a lot of these designs have a very flowery form, so I like the fractals she kind of has going on. I think her attack patterns. I like the fact that her bow is like a what do they call them? The triangle things you use to draw right angles. I can't remember them now. It's not compass. Is it protractor? I don't remember. Anyway, it's one of those geometric tools. Like, I like the fact that she's like kind of engineering and she has that stuff too. Music choice is interesting. I think it's funny that she kind of looks like Hatsune Miku. So I like her outfit. Personality I don't care for, because again, I don't like characters that, again, a genius character is so hard to do sometimes. Because you have to make them seem like they're smart. But if you go too far to the side, without any other substance, they can get annoying because then they just seem like they're, you know, arrogant. Especially her line at the end being like, oh, I just choosing not to hear you because you didn't call me madam. I'm like, you seem like a character that, depending on what your story would be, and if you had some sort of, like, interesting backstory or reason why you are this way, I could understand it. Because I do like a lot of genius characters. We're going to come upon some in here, and then also definitely some in Star Rail. But that's kind of the one, like, without context, it's hard to not see you as essentially, like, the prodigy mage character, which I have not cared for generally in Fire Emblem games. Where, like, you know, if in context she's properly humble and she's at least polite, then even if she's, like, a genius and sometimes does kind of ring you around for, like, tasks, then I wouldn't mind as much, as long as she's at the core not that arrogant. From this one, though, I can't tell that. So I'll put her in B. I did like the music choice. I like her design. I like the fractal effect she's got going on here. So, no, I'm actually going to put her in C. I'm sorry. I just don't like these personalities either. So I'm going to put her in C. I was going to put her in B, but I'm like, looking at my other B characters, I'm like, I'm going to put her in C. Because also, again, she's another bow unit. There's so many bow units. Look at that. There's been 3 in this region alone. That's a lot of bows. So, let's see. Who's next? So, without knowing context of her character, I don't know. She just seems like a character I might not like. Who we got next? That's Yao Yao? I have no clue who this character is either. Running in quite a few of those. Purity of the Blooming Osmanthus. Well, I know that Zhongli brings up Osmanthus wine as one of his voice lines. I know it's kind of a running meme with him, so... It's a flower, I think. So I have no idea who this is, but we'll see what they are in 3, 2, 1.
Don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today.
Sounds like a kid.
Come on, let's get a move on.
Oh, it's this girl. I've seen her, I just didn't know that was her name.
Spear training is really kind of boring. Maybe I'll go play with Uruguay for a little bit, and come back and do some more training after I've had a break.
She sounds a lot like
I
Klee.
grew up in the mountains. Auntie Cloud Retainer, Uncle Mountain Shaper. There are adepti everywhere in Liyue. I've met loads of them. If you encounter any difficulties outdoors, then let me help you.
I do like this music.
Uruguay, you're up.
The little bunny thing's cute.
Ready, go!
All the kids run like that. I don't know why. They just are like repeating the same female character over
Why
and
do
over again.
so many people make such a big deal out of seeking the adepti? There's adepti everywhere, isn't there?
The Adepti are people from... That's interesting. We're in Sumeru, but she's clearly a character from Liyue, because that's where the Adepti are. because you know that's like who like Zhongli and Zhao are. They're adepti. Okay, so I can give her a C. I'll give her a C. I thought the music was good. I think that she's, you know, relatively cute. I think that her bunny thing's cool. I like the fact that they do at least connect her to other characters to give her like a sense of continuity. But again, this character, this character, this character, this character, this character. Why are there so many of this same model of young girl with short hair? That's like 6 of them. They all look the same. They just have a slightly different outfit. And they all like are like the same personality too. So I'm like, I guess this just sells really well because that's like 7 of them so far. I mean, she at least got a higher ranking than the other 4, but like, there's a lot of this kind of character. She does seem like a kind of character though that in context, maybe in whatever story quest she's part of, she does look like she would at least be sweet. The other ones are like little demons, or like they're like, oh, I'm tougher than I look. I like the fact that she's just like, I'm just, you know, peaceful, hanging out. Here's my family. I go and help people. I'm like, well, at least that's sweet, I guess. Not much to say about that one though. She was just in focus though. I remember that because I got her like I think as a free character.
Where were?
Oh, here we go. So, Al Hatham, think before you act. This is... I'll take my headphones a moment so I can speak. This is the... I'll tell you right now, this one's going to be an S trailer. But I'm going to watch it anyway because I love it. This was the first demo I've ever... And the only demo I actually saw for a while of Genshin Impact. This was the one I watched that made me interesting. Like, Zhongli is the person who is my favorite character. But I was like just kind of interacting with the fandom from afar. Al Hatham's trailer and him as a character are what made me really kind of start looking into the game itself. I actually started watching cutscenes of the game. I started watching like some playthroughs of it, and eventually did start playing it myself. And it was because of this demo. Because I really like how this demo goes. And I'm probably going to just be silent and just watch a lot of it. Because I really like this demo. I've watched it a dozen times. Both because I like the character, but also I like the way that this one's structured. So, this one's... I'm looking forward to seeing it again. But... This was also one that I remember a lot of people at the time saying they really like this trailer because, again, it's on the longer side and it has a more character interactions. A lot of characters are just them talking about themselves. And as you're going to see in this trailer, this one's laid out a little bit differently. Anyway, 3, 2, 1.
Where are we? Ah, yes. Al Hatham told you he's a feeble scholar, did he? Well, that's a bold.
That's his roommate slash
Told
friend.
So his false modesty was just a facade to hide his true abilities?
Absolutely. He doesn't want others knowing his true strength.
Well, how strong is he? Stronger than you?
Of course not.
You know, I actually ran into him last week while I was in the desert looking for creative inspiration. If he was going out there to
We got that awesome theme in the background.
Why didn't he travel with me? We could have split the cost.
I love this theme. Come on, he has an amazing design. I love his outfit's so cool.
Flicker. Frankly, however strong he is or isn't, you just don't want to mess with him.
I thought you'd have learned to think before you speak by now.
We didn't say anything bad. All positive, actually.
Surely you didn't drag me out just to play cards.
We didn't get that far yet. We were just debating how good you'd be in a fight.
You keep your cards close to your chest.
Not at all.
So you don't fight much?
Yeah, right. With his temper?
I don't need to fight.
I love this sequence right here.
I only need to think. Everything is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
The process of elimination.
Gosh, walking away from the explosion is always just the coolest thing.
Essentially, more time on contemplation, less time on execution. Simple, isn't it?
Not really.
Ugh, I knew we shouldn't have brought this up with you.
I thought my answer was quite engrossing. Boss, this is good wine. I'll have the same, please.
I love the trailer so much. Okay, how do I count the ways of why this is, I can put it in S right off of it, because this was the one trailer I knew out of all trailers I was going to do was definitely going to be, this was going to be what I rank every other S trailer from. Like, this is how I determined what was an S in the first place, is based off of this one trailer. And, man, the things I loved about that one, gosh, this one's so good. I'm gonna watch it again and I'm gonna talk through it this time. I didn't want to talk through it the first time, but I'm gonna watch this again and talk through it at least to go and be like. So here's the things I really like about this. First off, the way this trailer starts is really, I preferred over how essentially any other trailer that's come up so far, is what I've been saying before. It has a story to it. The more important thing about it is that most of the trailers happen with the character talking about themselves. I like that this one starts with a different group of people talking about the character in question. So we have that of mystery going on here.
Ah, yes. Alhaitham told you he's a feeble scholar.
So we start out with like this guy. This is Kaveh here. That's his roommate.
That's a bold-faced lie.
Also kind of thing. But we have like Nari and Sino here too. I like that they're all just talking around, like playing cards.
He doesn't want others knowing his true strength.
I like that it's like it's casual.
Strong is he? Stronger than you?
Of course not.
You know, I actually
We have build up with the music kind of coming into it.
Looking for creative inspiration.
But I like the fact they're talking about him in context, so it kind of already builds up a lot of mystery about who this character is.
We could have split the cost.
Now you hear the music kind of swelling a little bit here. The reason I like his theme so much is like, we've kind of seen it with a couple of the other characters so far that have like this kind of more like dubstep version of music to him. The reason I like it with his is that the rest of them just sound like you had like typical like Arabian music and it's just more techno. His sounds like an original song, like it's its own thing, and I can immediately attribute it to him, not just, oh, this is Arabian music. I also like the way they interpret his like life element as being kind of like light-based. So he has like light-based swords, he has like a teleport ability, all his things are very fractal-based. I like the way then he just like walks into the trailer, you know, putting the two scenes together. I like this, watching the characters interact with each other. You get a vibe, there's something between those two because they're arguing.
Surely you didn't drag me out just to play cards.
We didn't get that far yet. We were just debating how good you'd be in a fight.
You keep your cards close to your chest.
Not at all.
So you don't fight much?
Yeah, right. With his temper.
I like the fact that like they actually give a reason for why we're showing fight scenes. They're debating how strong he is. But I love this sort of thing that has like this, it just shatters out like this. This is why originally I thought he was like a time-based character, because he has all like these reflective like shards. It's just showing you how his mind works, that he like can process all this stuff. So he's like, I'm not very strong. I can just predict what's going to happen and figure it out. I also think his special's pretty cool, where it has this high like reflecting mirrors kind of going off of each other like that. I like the green glow they have on everything. Like throughout the whole trailer, even when he's in like the desert, they don't let it just be a desert scene. They have a lot of the glow in it. They have some of these after images. They have these reflections because everything's about mirrors. Like, it's not just another standard desert fight, which is why I really like this trailer compared especially to all the other Sumeru trailers so far. It's not just in the desert.
Less time on execution. Simple, isn't it?
Not really.
I just like that they like we don't get you.
We shouldn't have brought this up with you.
I thought my answer was quite engrossing. Boss, this is good wine. I'll have the same, please.
I'm sorry, I like their interactions. And I like the fact that, like, again, this one is the only one that doesn't feel like a trailer. So far. I don't know if there's others that come after this that are. But this is the only one that feels like it actually, like, scene between characters. This is what I base, like, essentially all my other ones off of. Is I want to see how the characters interact in the world. How they interact with other characters. I like the fact that you immediately have this vibe of these four that's like a friend group, a drinking group. Like, they're playing cards. They're here to have some drinks with each other. Like, you immediately get, like, you don't need to know who the other three at the table are, but you get that vibe that they are friends. You can immediately tell they're all just kind of discussing something. You can tell, like, Kave's the one with who's the blonde. You can tell he knows him better because he's giving, his reactions are a lot more dramatic. They're a lot more, like, exasperated. Like, oh, yeah, you don't want to mess with that guy. He has such a temper, and the other two are just kind of not as knowledgeable about it, so clearly they don't know him as well. But I like that, like, you know, it shows, like, a reason for, like, the fight scene animations to be there. Is, well, because they're discussing his fighting capabilities. You know, it starts off with him saying that, like, he's a weak scholar, even though, you know, he's clearly a very powerful person. And I like the fact that, like, you know, the idea is, like, you know, the fight scenes could all just be taking place in their heads. They're all just imagining how Alhaitham fights. Like, that's pretty, I thought that, you know, it's thematically it makes sense. It's story-wise makes sense. And even then, after the initial things, they're still talking to each other. They're still asking him about his fighting style. He, of course, is being kind of modest about it and being like, oh, yeah, I don't really fight much. I just, you know, extrapolate every possible possibility of a fight and then just choose the right move in order to make sure the fight's over in one move. Essentially showing off that he's a genius without saying it. That's the difference between, like, him and, like, the other lady that was a couple things ago. You kind of get the vibe that he's, at the very least, like a prodigy or a genius or something like that, because he's able to do these things with, like, almost no effort. And I also, again, like I said, I really like his outfit. I love a good cloak on a character. And I feel like all the rest of the Sumeru trailers have a lot of these elements, but they don't quite all come together in the way they do in this trailer. Some of them have that kind of techno music. A lot of them have good cinematography. But a lot of them also just take place in the desert without any really interesting going on. I like the fact this one takes place, and part of it's in a bar, part of it's in the desert, part of it's in ruins. And also a lot of it has that kind of like the interesting mirror effect on it. This one's just... this is, unless something else beats it out, this is the perfect Genshin trailer to me. This is the best trailer I've ever seen them do, and unless there's another one that's been released since this, that is better, this is like my S rank of S rank. Like, I would put this, like, I would put this above everything else. I put this above these two, definitely. I would even put it above Zhongli's trailer. Alhaitham's trailer is by far my favorite. I remember I went and found it. I figured out what his name was, and I went and found it just because I liked listening to his theme. I thought it was a very well, it has a little storyline in it. It immediately tells you who his friends are, so that if I started playing the game, and I randomly got Alhaitham, I now know at least 3 other characters he's connected to in some way. You know, that are friends of his in some way. You know, and I already got a good idea of, like, you know, what he does. He's a scholar, but he, you know, you can tell he's wearing, like, a muscle shirt pretty much. He's very strong. He comes off as unassuming, but he's also kind of thing. And also, for those who don't, I've watched a lot of his scenes, a lot of his interaction. Very much an autistic character, too. Like, he's wearing headphones. That's what, a lot of people weren't sure for a while he was, like, deaf or something. He's wearing headphones. It's to help him focus, because all he ever wants to do is, you know, do his job and go home and read. And study the things he actually cares about. But he's very routine. It doesn't talk a whole lot, doesn't express a whole lot, but is someone who, like, looks severe, but is very kind underneath. There's actually, and he's, when we eventually get to the Star Rail trailers, he's a lot like Dr. Ratio in Star Rail. They look a lot like his turns to characters, and they have a lot of the same core mechanics, personality-wise. But, yeah, very autistic character. I always like some good autistic representation in my video games, so I like him also for that reason. I have like 20 reasons I like that trailer, and I like Alhaitham in general. But anyway, I've ranted long enough about that. We gotta keep going. So who do we got next? It's gonna be a tough act to follow up that, because again, I love that trailer so much. I just think it's really a really good character trailer. Deha, I think? Deha? Or Deya? I don't know how that is. I have this character. I don't know anything about her because I've never used her. I do have this character. I just don't have the means to use her. Kind of like I don't have the means to use Alhaitham in my game yet because I just don't have the materials to use her. So, I don't know anything about her. Fiery Lioness. 3, 2, 1.
Every merc knows the rules. You don't steal food from a wolf's jaws. Time for talk's over.
Boring conversation anyway.
Oh, fiery character. We're starting right off with the fighting. That's nice. It's like a brawler. That's cool. Kind of makes me think of Yang for Ruby. Do you like the red and black?
I've warned you before. Keep your hands off Aru Village.
Ah, dear.
Dia.
The green-eyed wolf answers to no one.
And she would have a large sword, that makes sense. Music's just okay, but I do really like the fire effects.
Listen, I want to help you, but first you gotta back down.
Time for talk's over.
Boring conversation anyway.
I like the guitar riff right there, that's pretty cool. I do like that they kind of go to these like 2D cel-shaded like cutouts between the fight, that's pretty cool. Here's Candace.
He's a guest, Candace. We were just sparring.
Is that right? I do apologize. Please, come with me.
Candace is in a good mood. You're off the hook. Remember what I told you. Final warning.
Okay, so she's probably...
Even a wolf had better avoid lions and hunters.
So I guess she's probably from the same like tribe maybe that Candace is. She reminds me a lot of Yang from Ruby, who actually was a character I really did like for the longest time until her character just development went in the twilight, but I thought I actually liked that. I thought she's pretty cool. I think I'm gonna give her an A. I like sometimes I just like a good brawling character, you know? I also sometimes like a good like female fire character that just is like, you know, don't cross me. You know, bombshell blonde sort of vibes, I guess. I like I thought the fight scene of it was cool. I like that they kept like stopping every so often what looked like almost like a 2D art splash, and then they would go back to the fiery things. And then again, I like the fact, the biggest thing that puts this up here is I like the fact that they show her interacting with another like originally it was also kind of the ending that kind of got me there too. I appreciated it. Is that they show her interacting with another character and they get the vibe that she's a fighter, she likes to brawl, but then you like the fact that she kind of like, you know, goes back to being kind of a little bit more a yes ma'am sort of thing at the end, being like, oh, well, she knew she wasn't supposed to be doing this, I guess. And, you know, she quickly cleans up and stuff like that, and, like, sounds like a wild child sort of character, so I like that they had a little character interaction, so you kind of get a vibe of her personality. So, yeah, I thought that was pretty good. I did really like that guitar riff in the middle, too, when she was using her ultimate. Again, it was giving me just serious, like, Yang vibes from Ruby. If anyone knows who that character is. I wonder, does anyone even know about Ruby anymore? It's an old show at this point. That was out, like, when I was in college. Okay, who we have? Mika, I guess? Plume of Navigation. I've never heard of this character before. Let's see. 3, 2, 1.
Ever since I was a kid, I've wanted to become a cartographer.
That is a weird voice.
Map out every corner of Teyvat. It's only later on that I discovered the Knights of Favonius actually have that kind of role. Oh, Klee? She's super cheerful. Although I've had to revise my maps on several occasions
like
due to her experiments with dangerous weapons.
Very nasally voice.
Mika, frontline land surveyor, Knights of Favonius Reconnaissance Company.
So he's from
reporting in.
Mondstadt? Got crossbow, that's cool. Weird hair.
Let's keep going, team.
Your voice is not great.
The rain is really coming down. I hope it won't get too muddy out here, or I'll need to help everyone clean their boots.
Okay, so that's a Mondstadt character. I guess he got added to the game later. Just better than nothing, I guess. This guy down here. Okay, you're gonna have to go in deep, bro. I'm sorry. Your voice, I don't like how it's like nasally and kind of whiny. And your appearance is a little strange. Like his hair is kind of weird. And I guess he's a surveyor, obviously, but that just seems like that seems like a character that would just get picked on. That's like a guy that would just get bullied. Yeah, I'd have no thoughts about that guy. Clearly there's a reason I've never heard of him. Who we at next? Oh, there's Kaveh. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce his name. It'll be funny if I've been saying it Kaveh this whole time. That's not actually how you pronounce his name. But assuming that's how you pronounce his name. Edifice of Sincerity. Yeah, so I know him well because obviously he's paired up with Alhaitham. They're a big, very big ship as well. Alhaitham's a scholar, Kaveh's an artist. Anyone's seen Skate the Infinity? They have a very Joe and Cherry vibes relationship. So he's a little bit more the dramatic, heartful, like, heart in his sleeve sort of character. Very kind to a fault, though. So he kind of, like, Alhaitham's very strong logic, and he's very strong emotion, so the two of them butt heads a lot. They are roommates, and they were roommates, so they are, like, a ship that kind of is one of those things that you're like, oh, and they were roommates. But, I'm curious to see what his trailer, shows off in him, but, I do like this character a lot, so he's going in with already kind of 10 points in his corner. 3, 2, 1.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kaveh, an architect. You must have seen the Palace of Alcazarzaray before.
That's
I
a name.
sacrificed so much for that. Everyone else thought I'd lost my mind. You don't spend all your savings on your hobbies, do you? You definitely don't want to end up borrowing money in a moment of impulsivity. Living with debt is miserable.
Speaking from experience, I guess. I like his voice. His attacks are cool. He slow-mo on his butt. Alright. I like that he's using a briefcase to fight. It's like he's a broadsword user, but he's not actually using the sword himself. That's cool.
There's still room for improvement. Better make my finishing touches before the deadline creeps up. Is that the client? Wait. Oh, it's you!
I like his voice. It hits the right tone for me. I like that. I like a couple of things about that. One, again, like I was saying before, I like that it shows him he doesn't directly speaking at anyone, but I like the fact that it shows him interacting with a lot of characters. You see him running into, like we saw in Alhaitham's trailer, we saw him running into Tainara, we saw him running into Sino, we saw him walking in with Alhaitham. I like the fact that, like, again, a lot of there's, like, a flashes, like, between the scenes, like, you know, you're, like, putting out pictures. And I like his attack style, because I like the fact that his weapon is technically a briefcase. But it's the briefcase itself that's moving the sword for him. And I like the fact that it has, like, a very, like, kind of, like, protractor compass sort of way, like, it's measuring the degrees before he strikes. Or, like, it swings around, and it's, again, his thing is him moving his briefcase around, and then it moves. I believe his briefcase's name is Merak. It is a she. But, and he made it himself. But I like the fact that it has similar to like what I like about Alhaitham and even about hers. I like the fact that it has this kind of more fractal way of interpreting the life element. So I like the fact that like it looks like a compass that he's using. He's measuring out the degrees before he hits. I like the fact that like it shows like a blueprint popping up when he does like the area of effect thing. Like he's measuring the area or clearing a site for like a thing because he's an architect. I also like that he's chatty because that's something that I do know about the character is that he's much more social, much more extrovert to Alhaitham's introvert. You kind of have to just compare the two of them because they're very similar to each other. And I do like the fact that he's kind of just talking to you in the background, being like, "Yeah, don't spend all your money in a moment of impulsivity. It sucks." Not that I would know or anything like that, but I just heard from friends that it sucks to be living in debt and like, I also really like his design. I like again, there's the strong white like helps contrast again. He's mostly usually in most of the scenes he's in is with Alhaitham. So I like the fact that he has the bright white in his outfit, while Alhaitham has a lot of black in his outfit. But they both have those like defining like green and gold accents to them. I like that he has like the red cape. I like that they did the random like just. I know it's because his vision's on his hip, but I like that they have the random like just slow mo butt shot that they had going on in there. That was kind of funny. I'll put him in A. I'll put him in A. Definitely not enough to get into S, but I'll put him in A. I liked it. I like that again. You get the vibe of this is a kind character that just wants to chat to you, but is also just feels very casual. That's the other thing about it, is that a lot of these characters, especially when you have a lot of like duty bound characters, traumatized characters, stoic characters, their dialogue can sound a bit stilted after a while. Like you hearing like you're just hearing the same like voice lines over and over. His actually sounds like it's having a conversation. So actually, really props to his voice actor. I like his voice actor work in here because he sounds more conversational. Like this is he's actually talking as opposed to just reading off the character's standard voice lines that they might say in battle. But I like that. I also really like Kaveh as a character too. Again, mostly shipped with Alhaitham. The two of them have a lot of interesting interactions. That's actually why I started watching playthrough. I watched like a playthrough of the Sumeru area just because I wanted to see more of like Alhaitham and Kaveh interacting with each other. So I didn't actually watch a lot of the first start. I watched a lot of the last part because I wanted to see the two of them interact because I think their interactions are very funny. They remind me a lot of like this kind of like old married couple sort of dynamic of these two other characters in a show I like, in the anime I watch. If you haven't watched Skate the Infinity, highly recommend it. Very good show. And it has a couple just like this. He's actually, before we move on to the next one, there's another character who's a lot like him. Like I said before, Alhaitham is a lot like this other character in Star Rail named Dr. Ratio. He's a lot like this other character in Star Rail named Aventurine. I've brought him up a little bit before. Because they look a lot alike. They have very similar appearances in terms of being very beautiful, almost effeminate, like, blondes. And, like, having this, like, very dramatic sort of air to them. So they're very similar in a lot of ways. Probably the biggest difference is Kaveh's 90% of the time he's broke, and Aventurine is like ludicrously wealthy. So they have definitely a difference in that regards, but they're usually compared to each other. They're very similar in a lot of ways. Who do we got next? So I'm gonna say Bazu. Curing the root cause. I don't know a lot about this guy, but besides the fact that he's a doctor, he has a snake that he's wearing around his neck all the time. And I think he's with Chi-Chi, the zombie girl, is like his assistant, I think. Which is why it's kind of funny that I do remember this, he's a character that didn't come out until Sumeru, even though he existed in the game since almost at launch. Like, he's from Liyue, so he's actually been in the game for years before he actually was a playable character. So it's kind of weird that he like just showed up in Sumeru, but I remember that being a thing at the time when people would be like, oh, well, yeah, it's nice to have this guy. It's weird it just took this long. So 3, 2, 1. Oh, martial arts, I guess.
It seems this elixir has attracted some difficult customers.
I didn't know the snake could talk.
Belligerence and avarice. For these vices, I'm afraid I can offer no cure.
A good beating ought to do it.
I like his voice. He's got a really cool design. It's like a tome unit, but I like they're kind of like showing it off like martial arts almost.
As flowers wither, so does life fade. There's no escaping it.
It's kind of dark.
Hand over the elixir, or you die tonight!
My mortality is no one's concern but mine. Remember, health comes first.
Looks like a good doctor character that's willing to beat the crap out of you.
Taking a turn for the better.
Dr. Baishu, the dew. Here you go.
This remedy is powerful, yet painstaking to concoct. Ineffective without moonlight dew as a potentiator, but just a drop will cure Gui's cold in no time.
Cold medicine? You came all the way out here for cold medicine?
You didn't check before seeking to steal it? I have serious concerns for your cognitive health.
The first round of treatment has clearly failed. Let's try a stronger dose.
No, please, no.
I don't know anything about that guy, but he actually seems really cool just from that trailer alone. I like the fact that the music was kept soft the whole time because clearly this is a character that has a lot of serenity. I like that they have a brief impact, they have a brief glimpse of there's something else. Obviously, whenever you have a character like that that's easy smiles and stuff like that, especially if you have a character like that in glasses, usually there's a lot more going on than whatever they're showing on the outside. I like that they show briefly he seems like he was sitting at a desk writing notes and looked really frustrated over something. So maybe he's a doctor. Maybe he's trying to cure something that he hasn't found a source to yet. Or maybe he himself is dying. I don't know. Biggest thing for me was I didn't expect the snake to talk. I knew he had the snake around his neck because I've seen pictures of him, but I'm like, I didn't realize the snake could talk. That's interesting. And I do like the way that they went in, he's clearly a tome unit, but I like the way they kind of disguise that and as a martial artist, monk sort of vibe, where he's doing pressure points and stuff like that. That's actually really cool. I like that. I think his outfit's very cool. Again, I like the long braid. I like the kind of cloaks sort of wrap going on. I think it's cool he's wearing a snake for some reason. I like, glasses and stuff like that. Again, it looks like a very serene character who would be very severe if you got on his bad side. Definitely someone I'd be curious to know more about. Again, I don't know anything about this character. I know him based on appearances, but that scene in the middle gives there an implication there's something else going on. It essentially seems like one of those people that is going to be very serene, but the moment you get them to snap, they're just going to break you in half. I also love the trope of, again, a doctor that can both heal you and break every one of your bones in your body. He shares that in common with a couple of healers in Star Rail. There's definitely more than a few of them that are like that. Natasha's like that, and Dr. Ratio are both like that, where they're people I'm here to heal you, but if you're going to be difficult, I will also break you in half. And I find that interesting. I'll give him an A. I also, this is kind of just partially just, I really love characters that are designed this way. I always love the kind of serene but dangerous vibe that you get off of characters like that. I thought his outfit was cool. I think there's a lot of cool things about him that, like, that's a character that, like, if I encountered him randomly in a JRPG, like a character quest, I would go and try and do that quest to learn more about that character. Because that's also a lot of things I like as a design. But I also just like I thought his way of fighting was very interesting. So, yeah, getting quite the good news is that as we're going through this, a lot of the trailers are on the upper end than they are on the lower end. So, good job, Genshin. You are definitely getting better as we go along with these trailers. Might have to take a snack break in a minute here. My stomach keeps growling. I did kind of miss dinner, I think, at this point, but grab a handful of goldfish after this trailer, I think. We've been eating kind of late all day today. My sister got in late/early this morning, so most of the family slept until like 2 p.m. I only got up a little earlier to feed the dogs, and then I just worked in crochet stuff, but we've been kind of eating meals at odd times, so it's getting a little hungry here. Might have to go get a snack in a few minutes. Anyway, and that's actually my my therapy thing that reminds me to go take my pills. Let me put that in snooze. That's so I can help me sleep and have digestive issues. So let's see, Curara, I guess, twin-tailed courier. Never heard of this one. Let's see. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you for choosing Komania Express. Anything you need delivered?
Cat themed, clearly. Oh,
Rest assured, there's no destination I can't deliver to.
She's the Nikomata girl. I have seen her now, I think that.
I wonder what's inside this package. No peeking at my customer's stuff.
Like it shows that she's like delivering to all the different regions.
Ooh, maybe I could curl up inside this box. I'm out of time.
She turns into like a little cat in a box.
Back here, please.
So, cat girl got it.
Express delivery. The lady Kitsune told me that those who don't work can't fit into human society. I'm not going back to the boonies, even if it means I get to be a great yokai or whatever.
Okay, so she's clearly another animal person. I guess I give a little bit more explanation, at least, for why she's a cat person as opposed to the other ones. But she's clearly a Nekomata, which I don't know much about. I gotta admit, the cat girl thing just does not do it for me. So I'm gonna put her down D, because I'm not a huge fan of the cat girl thing. If you're gonna have a animal person, fine, but I feel like it has to be like kind of like the same as if you were going to put like a person with a different like skin color, hair color, whatever. It's like, unless it has like a story reason, I don't think it should be like a major part of their personality. And even then, it shouldn't be the only thing they do. From what I got from that, I'm like, okay, she's a cat and she delivers stuff. That's all I got from that trailer. And I'm just like, that's probably some people like that. I'm just not a real fan of characters that just randomly meow. My one little sister has been doing that lately. She's been like singing songs and meowing. It's been like the weirdest thing ever, and I'm just like, what is wrong with you and also the rest of the internet that this is a thing? Anyway, who do we got next? So that's either Liney or Linny. Secret Inside the Hat. This guy's the magician guy, if I remember correctly. I do typically really like that aesthetic.
Magic is an art of performance. But before the performance begins, a little preparation is needed.
I know your voice. Who has your voice?
Welcome to Linny and Lynette's magic show.
Linny, okay. I definitely know someone else who has your voice. I just don't remember who. Bow person, I guess. Love the playing card vibe.
Which is real, and which is an illusion? Take a guess. Because our next trick is about to begin.
We've got cat girl assistant, I guess.
Let's get this show on the road. Step right up. This has been Linny and Lynette's magic show. Thanks for watching.
It's just a rehearsal, you know? Aren't you overdoing it?
It's the only way to iron out the wrinkles. Well, Fermine, what do you think?
I think it was excellent. If I had to make a suggestion, how about giving Pear a part in the show?
Clear, that's a trio of characters there. I think they're from Fontaine. So, sorry, part of that was me listening, being like, his voice, I know that voice. I'm trying to place where I've heard it before. It's a similar character that's like a young boy. Gosh, I need Mal in here for this. I know that voice very well. I just don't know who it is. Listen to his thing again.
Magic is an art of performance. But before the performance begins, a little preparation is needed.
That voice is so familiar to me. Who is that? I think it might be someone from Persona 3, maybe. I definitely know that voice. I just don't know who it is. Anyway, so how do I feel about this one? I don't know a squat about this guy, honestly. I don't know about him or the other one, or the other girl with him. I do love the magic theme, though. I'm always a sucker for any sort of magician-based character. Anything with, like I said before, anything with playing cards, anything with dice, any casino vibes. I love those sort of characters. So I really like the way that it's set up like a magic show, and I definitely like the fact that they have like an interaction with the two other characters at the end. I guess they're either his friends or his siblings. They're all blonde, but she's a cat girl and the other two aren't. So I'm going to assume they're not related. They might just be a group of friends, maybe. I do like the kind of bravado he has. I love a character in a top hat. I do love all the playing cards motifs. I love the things of the shows. I like the fact that he goes and hands her a card and then she pulls a cup out of it like it's a legit magic. And then he pulls something out and hands it to the other guy who's watching. I'm not even sure what the name was of the thing. Where do I put this one? I might have to give this one an S. I love magicians. I love magicians. I love top hats. I love cards. I like the fact there's the story beat at the end. I love the casino vibes. That'd be a character I'd be interested in. He was in Focus not too long ago. I didn't pull for him because he was in the banner that came right before Zhongli and Nouvelette reran, so I obviously didn't pull for him because I needed to save up resources for the two of them. But I do remember him being in Focus, and I just didn't know a whole lot about him. So I didn't pull for him, obviously. I do think he's got a cool motif, though, with the playing cards and, again, the magic stuff. I like they incorporate in whoever that other girl is who is his partner. I like their outfits. His voice is very familiar, obviously. So, definitely seems like a character who would be trouble before he'd be helpful. Like, this is definitely someone I'm going to assume is probably an antagonist before they are, helpful. They're young and they're like kids, so I'm assuming they'd be more likely to be like street thieves or something like that. These definitely seem like characters who would be antagonists first, and then you would befriend them over time. But I also I really love the magician vibes. I do. It's a good trailer. What can I say? It's a good trailer. Okay, we got about 20 more trailers. It's now a good place to get a snack. Because again, my stomach keeps growling. What say you, chat? How's everyone feeling right now? We got about 20 more trailers to get through. We're at 9 o'clock right now. So I can either power through and get through the next 20 trailers, or I guess I could take a brief pause here to get some food. The problem was that when I originally started this, dinner wasn't ready yet. My mom was making dinner, and it wasn't ready yet, so there wasn't anything to eat yet when I started. That's why I waited so long to start, is because I was trying to wait until dinner. And now it's not. I don't know, chat. What's your opinion? What should I... Would be okay to take like a 15-minute break or whatever? Let me go and text my mom and ask her if she's still got the food out. Alright, so I'm waiting for that. Let's just take a look at... Well, let me load up first of all the next trailer. I won't start it yet, but... What? So Lynette. Lenny and Lynette, I guess. Probably stage names, I'm assuming. They have to be, like, related in some way, probably. So that's the cat girl we just saw. And I don't know what his name was. I think he said, like, Firmine or something like that. Not sure exactly what they said his name was, but he seems to have, like, a penguin aesthetic. I know all three of these characters exist in Fontaine. I just don't know, like, really anything about them, because I don't know anything about Fontaine besides essentially anything relating to Nouvellette. And even then, I don't really know a lot about those sort of characters. Okay. So we got Lenny and Lynette next. Alright. Take a look at what we got so far. So far we have 5 in the S tier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in the A tier. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 in the B tier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 in the C tier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the D tier. 4, 5, 6, 7. And 7 in the F tier. The good news is that generally, the most ones that are in the lower tiers are the ones that were just from earlier in the game and the trailers just weren't really very well made. But generally over time, they have been generally up a lot higher. Especially a lot of the people in Sumeru were in either the A or the B tier. There's really only 2 that got lower than that. And even then, there's 2 of them in the S tier. So, Sumeru clearly was doing something right with its character trailers. A lot of good ones in here. Alright. How about this? I will go take a brief recess. Maybe 15 minutes or so. And to grab myself a snack of some sort, because my stomach keeps growling. And I probably shouldn't ignore that, especially since it's 9 o'clock. Let me go get a brief snack. We'll come back to finish out the last 20 trailers. We are finishing this tonight. However long that takes. I am finishing this tonight. But, let me go get a brief snack so I can go and, stop being distracted by my growling stomach. So just, hey everyone, take 5 break, get your snack yourself, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Oh, the bot was here while I was gone. That's nice. That I missed that. Confirm I took my meds. Alright. Locking in. 20 more trailers. We're almost there. Okay, I'll try and move these along a little faster if I can. Is this the left one? No, that's the left one. Okay. So, without further ado, jumping right back into it, we have Lynette. The partner apparently to Linny. So, let's see what hers does. 3, 2, 1.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic assistant, and if you have work-related inquiries, please ask Linny. If you have questions related to seeing a magic show, please ask the ticket office. Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying. I can see the conditions for victory now.
I like the music. It's like something from Persona 5.
Step on up. Over here.
She has like an invisible power, that's pretty cool.
After the sun goes down, the desires hidden in people's hearts will rise to the surface.
Love the gears.
Let the magic begin! Let me take the heat.
Why don't you let me take the stage?
I do like the fact they're...
Take me with you.
Evening shows are spectacular. Should I reserve a ticket for you?
I do like the fact that her trailer complements his, like the fact that like in his trailer she shows up towards the end, in her trailer he shows up towards the end. I like that she has kind of this soft protectiveness about it, like she's afraid he's going to get into trouble, so she's just kind of keeping an eye on him. I like that. Where do we put her? Where do we put her once? There she is. I do love she has this whole kind of tea vibe. I think I'm going to put her in A. I want to give her an S, but I feel like there was a little bit more of like the kind of stock footage sort of fights in that one. I do like seeing her traveling around. I just don't think there was this one has a much stronger like showmanship magic vibe to it. While hers, like, it's up there. It's really good. I like it. I like her vibes. I like her character. I love her, like, magic act stuff that both of them have. Like, she's pulling away a cape and then she disappears. I hear she's a free unit. But, not quite the same level as this one, even though these two are very close. So we'll put her in A. It's a high A. Just not quite S. Who's next? So I think they pronounced it Firmine? Science of the Depths. He's the guy with the penguin. So, also part of this group, I guess.
As you know, diving is one of the few things I'm any good at. I spend more time among the Tidalga than I do talking to people.
I also recognize his voice, but...
Whenever I feel lonely at night, Pear is the one who's always there for me. Pear, I'll keep you safe.
He seems sweet.
Frost is coming!
I once swore an oath that I would do whatever it takes to protect this family, and never look back.
Commencing cleanup! Getting here!
So long as the light of the hearth still shines, I'll always have a home to return to.
So I do like the idea that he kind of has this like diver theme. Although on that note, I'm not too impressed with his outfit. I do like the kind of steampunk aesthetic that Fontaine has. But just it's for the diver form, like, you know, clearly he has a diver form where he has like the helmet on. And I like the fact that that's kind of like a mask that's hiding him away. That's clearly when he's like, because his voice line's giving the idea that he's the protector of the group. Like, I'm willing to get my hands dirty so you guys don't have to. I do generally love those sort of protector characters. I just would have liked that it was not just a helmet, if it was like a full suit. Like, kind of like how, like, you know, Cyno does his whole Anubis transformation, and it transforms like most of his character. It changes how he attacks. This one just looks like he just puts like a helmet on, and then he seems to be attacking very similarly. I do like his voice. It's very, again, it's another one that feels very familiar, but it's soft. He seems like a sweet person. Where do I want to put him? I'll put him in A. I think his appearance is okay. As are his, well, do I want to put him in A or do I want to put him in B? Because in some ways he is just kind of a broadsword thing. But on the other hand, while I don't think his attack animations are anything special, I do like the storytelling that's going on with his. I like his voice acting really well. And I do like the, like, you know, like the kind of switch they kind of briefly show you behind the mask sort of thing where he can potentially be dangerous, and like they allude to his connection to Linny and Lynette. I'll leave him in A. I'll be generous. I'll leave him in A. Because I do think the story itself of his trailer is intriguing. I think that's arguably the bigger important thing. And more so than, like, appearances. Which is probably where it loses me a little bit. Okay, next one. Oh, Nouvellette. This is Maline's favorite character. I also love him too. This was the first 5-star character I ever got in Genshin Impact. Like I explained the other day, when I first started playing Genshin Impact, this was the first character I tried to grind for. So I got him, and then I got like the Water Dragon and Star Rail around the same time. It took me forever to figure out how to say his name though. For the longest time, I just called him like the Water Dragon guy, because it's one of those characters that I'm looking at like, if that character doesn't end up being a dragon or something, like some sort of mythical creature, I'll be surprised. And then he was, so I called it. I love dragons so much and dragon characters so much that I'm like, usually you can just look at a character and be like, okay. Not to mention, again, he's like the water type version and the honestly more sensitive version of like Zhongli. So I was kind of like, that guy's a dragon. This new guy's definitely gotta be a dragon too. Never seen his trailer though before. I love his outfit. The way I always describe him is that he's like a water type Edgeworth. If anyone's ever played Ace Attorney, like with Phoenix and Edgeworth's the prosecutor. This guy gives me strong Edgeworth vibes. Like his mannerisms seem to be like the exact same. Not to mention he kind of looks like him. They're both, you know, legal people with silver hair, silver gray hair. You know. So let's see what his thing is. I do know a good amount about him. Like, you know, like whenever he's like a dragon, whenever he cries, it rains. He's kind of sensitive, but also is like the legal head person, head justice or something like that. Okay, let's 3, 2, 1.
Call that evidence?
It's not
I heard they
convincing
were
at all.
lovers turned enemies.
Sounds like we're in for quite a show.
That's
Neither are
impossible.
that much, Mora. No way is it all clean.
Oh, operatic. We're going.
The court is always filled with a cacophony of voices. Passion, schadenfreude, indignation, terror. Emotions burst forth from the depths of the heart and surround their host like a dense fog.
That's how to make an entrance.
Don't you see? I had no
no time to administer the poison.
You got everything ready before the lights ever went out.
But I was best friends with the victim. Except you secretly hated each other after what happened 5 hours ago.
Rotten to the core.
There's no use denying it. And the deep moon said I removed.
That's cool.
They say, let justice run down like water. Water is both the origin and the denouement. Somewhere between the raucous spectacle of the court and the cold rationality of the legal code, something has gone awry. You who were born with original sin, go forth and search for the long-buried truth before all is lost beneath the waves. I will use the past to judge the future. In the end, the countless rivers of emotion shall flow into one, and the tumult shall give way to lasting peace.
Is the trial over already? My dear Eudix, I must remind you, no trial can be sufficiently dramatic if it is too short.
You are right, Lady Farina. But this is not the end. Merely a prelude for what is to come.
Well, that's ominous. So, two things that I'm going to mention there. One, I've never heard Farina's voice before. I know who she is. Never heard her voice before. A little nervous for her trailer when we get to her trailer, because that was an annoying voice. I do say so. Anyway, new roulette. We're worrying about him. First of all, what a cold open on his trailer. This hitting you with the opera music right off the bat. Again, this guy is so Edgeworth. He is, I'm just not even gonna beat around the bush. He's gonna be an S. The operatic music in the beginning, the lights, the way that they're showing the water falling, and like I said before, the thing I don't know if they are showing it in this trailer necessarily, but he's like a water dragon of some sort. But the biggest thing is that they, whenever they have, this thing about, whenever the water dragon cries is when it rains. So I like that you have that implication there, when as the court gets more tumultuous, as people start throwing barbs at each other, as people's, essentially go to their base instincts and become more cruel with each other, it starts raining. Which I take is kind of like a subtle telling, at least when you understand the character. And maybe it can also just show tumult in terms of, unease. But I like to show that, his heart's breaking sort of thing. He doesn't like this chaos. And so that's why he's I'm trying to see somewhere between, the hearts of the people, but the severity of the law. And where do I define in the middle? And again, also, he's got a cane. That's cool. I love a character with a cane as a weapon. They have a character like that in Star Rail named Welt, who's also very cool. And then, one of my favorite characters in Ruby also had a cane as a weapon. So I love a good cane weapon. I love all the water effects they used in that. I love I really enjoyed the operatic music they had in the background the whole time. There's the kind of hits you in with that chorus in the beginning. It's like he makes an entrance. Before you've even seen the guy that he's important. The way the lights all everything's fuzzy, but then it gets clarity when it zooms in on him, and then the lights will come down on him. And then again, the fact that you see the brief moments of these darkness, you see there's cracks somewhere, there's clearly something going on bigger that he knows that you don't know. So I like that it's very mysterious. I like that we have 3 of the Archons. Well, we're gonna count him like that. I don't know we'll see the Furina when we get there. From her one voice line in this, I have a feeling I might not like her. especially when she's like, "Oh, that trial wasn't entertaining enough." I'm like, I mean, that could be the part. I don't know anything about Fontaine in terms of like its character quests. Maybe that's part of the character quest. Maybe that's the whole point. Maybe the judicial system has become a performance. It's become entertainment instead of the way that you pass laws and keep justice. Maybe there's corruption inside the court. I don't know. I honestly don't know what the quest is in Fontaine. But the fact that she's like, that performance wasn't nearly as enticing, and I'm like, yeah, it's a court where you're supposed to like determine people's lives. That didn't seem good. Nuvalet's just great character design. Probably in terms of like, you know, a lot of characters up here also have great character design, but like, his outfit is just really good. Again, he's like, it just reminds me so much of Edgeworth, where he's just like, seems very severe, very like on his job, but you'd have to get the vibe of this is someone who's sensitive underneath, but is kind of keeping up a front because it's what their job demands of them. And yeah, I love all the water effects. I love the music. It feels so impactful. Really good trailer. Really good trailer. Okay, let me put my things back on. Okay, who do we got next? Okay, I pronounce this name Riddlesley because that's how it looks like it's spelled. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, because again, the biggest thing is like, I noticed it in a couple of New Vallette's lines. Is this, Fontaine's clearly supposed to be like French. So like they say a couple of words that are in French, and like that's like why New Vallette's name is like, has a weird pronunciation. So I don't know if his name's pronounced weird. I know who this guy is just because he's the person that's shipped with New Vallette. So don't really know anything about him besides the fact that he's like a duke. I think he runs a prison, and he has like boxing sort of style of fighting. And again, he's shipped with New Vallette. So that's pretty much all I know about the character. So let's see what Art of Improvisation. 3, 2, 1.
The Iron Lion Team Arena Showdown, huh?
There's a ton of credit coupons up for grabs, but you'd have to beat the undefeated champion to get
Loving
them.
this music.
Oh? I'll give it a shot then.
Alone?
Yeah, that's Claude's voice.
What, don't think I'm up to it?
That is indeed Claude's voice actor. Love this whole like fighting arena scene going on here. It's got the little robo gauntlets, that's cool. Ah, he's got like, they're like bros.
Brace for ya. He single-handedly made it to the final bout.
Finally. Now let's see who it is.
Please put your hands together for our undefeated champion. The rules for this match, anything goes. Fighters, test your might. Fight!
Just as I suspected. Let's do some scrap disposal then.
Oh, that's cool.
Have a safe trip.
Have all the little action shots there.
Let this be a lesson. The next time someone disables the security restrictions on a Gardamek without authorization, report it to me promptly.
Yes, Your Grace.
Oh, please, you love a challenge in the ring, don't you?
That's why I asked for a timely report. I'll decide how to dispose of the problem.
Yeah, that's definitely Claude's voice actor. Mally and I were looking at voice actors the other day, and she saw that Claude's her favorite character in Three Houses, Fire Emblem Three Houses, and she saw that he did his voice too. That sounds like older Claude. That's him, all right. Ridley, I like that he's a brawler. I love the wolf imagery because I originally saw him. I thought he had like wolf ears. I guess he's just like has wolf vibes, but like. I love the wolf vibes they have. I like the fighting arena vibes they had going on. I like the fact they showed like, you know, he's a good sport at the very least, like when he's fighting. I like that he has his like, oh, I'll go investigate myself. I like his I really like the music. As soon as the music started, I'm like, oh, I like this tune. This is a nice tune. Where should we put him? Do I put him in A or do I put him in S? I like the fighting vibes he had going on. I really like the action shots they had, kind of a little bit of animation stuff going on there. Do I put him in A or do I put him in S? Let me think. I'll put him in S. I really like that. I love a good fighting, brawling arena sort of vibes, and especially the steampunk S. I like the fact that he has gauntlets. I like the action shots they did. I like that they gave next challenger sort of vibes with the fighting. And also, again, I have to give him points. He's Claude's voice actor. I also really like Claude as a character, so I really like his voice actor. He's actually a lot younger sounding, a lot younger looking than I was originally picturing. It's funny because again he's usually shipped with Neuvillette, who has because he's got the silver hair, he looks a little bit on the older side. So they seem like they'd be a sweet couple. Charlotte, breaking news. Don't know who this character is. To be fair, we're actually going a little bit more into the blind territory. I don't really know, besides Neuvillette and Ridley and Fiorina, I don't really know any of the Fontaine characters, so we're going to be going in a lot more blind here.
As long as I keep digging, it will shake the world like no
she's got a monocle.
in history.
I do love a monocle.
Your credible source of the unbelievable truth. That's my journalistic motto.
Journalist, cool.
What's the news?
Love the steampunk vibes.
Put it in adventurer terms? I guess for me, it's all about the thrill of the chase. All right, let's get this interview started.
She's fairly cute. Oh, is she like a tome unit that attacks with her camera? That's cool.
Say cheese! People aren't always very fond of journalists. You know what they say, lies are soft and malleable, but the truth is sharp and inflexible. The time has come for your interview. Ready to be a star? Breaking news!
Oh, so she could freeze frame, that's funny.
Hard-hitting exclusive! Truth bomb! Morning! Did you read the paper yet? No? No worries. I'll read it for you.
I think she looks like she'd be a sweet character. As long as she didn't get wasn't too pushy. Because journalist characters again are another character trope that I can go either way on. You know, especially if they're the pushy type. But she seems sweet enough. I'll put her in A. I also I love the steampunk-esque clockwork vibe of the outfits in Fontaine. I like that she has a monocle. I do think it's really cool that she's an ice person, an ice mage person that, like I said, she's freezing images in place with her camera. That's pretty cool, and I like the way that they showed the newspaper print. It's pretty cool. She seems interesting. Okay, who we got next? Oh, Fiorina already? I'm surprised. I thought she was going to be at the end of Fontaine. But now we have Fiorina, so try and go in with an open mind here. This is a character I don't really like. Because again, her personality is the kind that kind of annoys me generally in characters. And again, I was really hoping that Neuvillette was going to be the Archon of this area, not her. So the fact that she is instead was something I was a little disappointed about, because I don't want another Archon that's a child. But I'll try and be an open mind. We'll let the trailer just play out, see what happens. All the world's a stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most spectacular show in the history of Fontaine. Please put your hands together for our national icon, Fontaine's biggest celebrity, one of the 7 Archons of Tibet, the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws, Marina de Fontaine!
Very French. I do think your outfit's cool.
Vocal cords ready, blood sugar replenished. Let the show begin!
Very showman vibes, okay. I guess use a tome unit too? Looks like she has summons. So she was like imitating the other Archons in that sequence there.
Natural smiles, please. Hold it and action.
Are these all scenes from the game? A lot of random scenes going on there. Like there's a child in there. Music's nice. It's like they're playing on a musical. Okay, I think there's a good... Okay. So how are we gonna put this trailer? Really good production value. I like the idea that it's like a show. It's, you know, like... I like that they show a handful of different scenes there. Like, they show a picture of... There's a scene of child being chased behind by a bunch of other people. There looks like there was one, like Neuvillette was getting arrested or something. And they had a scene with Linny and Lynette in, like, a box of some sort. I don't know how to interpret that trailer. I have many questions. We'll put that in A. It's definitely a good trailer. I'm just not sure how to feel about it. And like, I have so many questions. I want to watch it again just because I feel like I missed a lot of details. The problem I think about that, and that's the reason it's going to stay an A at best. I don't think I could give it any more than A, and honestly, I could even give it a B. Is that I'm curious about the trailer. I'm not necessarily curious about Furina though. Like, the trailer itself is cool because it's like a movie. It's like a musical. They have like the vocals at the end. That's really cool. But I wouldn't say I'm necessarily interested in Furina herself. I'm more interested in the scenes around her. I'm more interested in, like, the idea of the music around her. Like, it's everything else I like in the trailer. I'm not necessarily interested in her, though. Especially not as a unit. I'm just kind of like, okay, you dance and are very performative, very dramatic. I'm probably be a character that I would probably get annoyed about in, like, you know, in conversation, because those kind of over-the-top actresses can be a little grating on the nerves, but, yeah, I give it an A. More for the trailer than for Fiorina herself. Like I said, I'm not sold on her. I haven't really been. I hear she has a good story, but I'm like, until I know what that is, she's just kind of an overdramatic teen to me. Probably just, I know she... That's why I was saying, like, I remembered before, the, like, you know, I found her similar to, like, how, like, she's essentially Neuvlet's boss, and then kind of like the way, like, Hu Tao is, like, Zhongli's boss. But I'm like, I find Hu Tao a lot more palatable than she is. And then maybe just because she's so dramatic. Sometimes those characters can just come on really strong. Anyway, who else we got? I was surprised she was this early in the order. I assumed she was going to be later. Who else we got? Navia. Unofficial operation. I think this is the lady in the dress.
Boss, we have a lead on that no-good thief. They call him the Sea Shadow. This is his arrest warrant. Unfortunately, he's got a good nose. He's unpredictable, too, which is how he's eluded us thus far.
She like a mob boss? She got an umbrella. That's cool. It's a nice outfit. Look at the guitar they have in the background here. Oh, so you like a broadsword person? With her umbrella? So that's pretty cool. Have like one of those more unconventional weapon types. Oh, it's like a gun? That's cool. Oh, it's like an axe!
Gotta cut my losses.
He's one step ahead. Thank you. So what if you flee by sea? Come on, lads, more speed.
Please, boss, put your umbrella away.
A proper send-off.
And the cannons, cause sure, why not?
Ready to admit defeat? Let's get you to the guards.
Boss? We might need to get him to a doctor first.
I don't know what she is. She looks like a mafia boss. Like, especially when she's like talking like that. I'll put her in A as well. The same thing, like the kind of the difference there is like, again, this is another character that is like pretty, has a lot of attitude. But because she's a bit older, I almost respect that a little bit more because she has like some maturity. She kind of reminds me of Larishelle from the Sacred Stones, like noble lady, but also ready to stomp you. So I don't know if she'd be a good character or not. Again, that's one that depending on her story mode, she might be interesting or not. But she seems, I like that. I just thought it was cool having her do this whole chase, and she has like this mafia boss sort of vibes. Okay, we have next... Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that. Chevreuse? Maybe? Every shot a bullseye. I'm assuming based on the title she's that gun girl. But I don't know for sure.
I I love anything full of grease and sugar. Food like that provides me with ample energy during the
Yep.
workday. Plus, it's a real mood booster. But on my days off, I like to read crime novels. I find them very interesting.
She has an interesting voice.
Captain of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. Is there a case that needs my attention? The Special Security and Surveillance Patrol deals with a host of heinous crimes and criminals. The criminals aren't your everyday goody-goodies from the Palais Mermonia. As such, the methods we employ to enforce the law can be a bit on the harsher side.
Stop right there! Drop your weapons!
She got a musket, that's cool. See, this is one of those unfortunate things where, like, you...
Some criminals try to use the sound of thunder to conceal gunshots, but that trick doesn't fool my ears.
Hands where I can see 'em!
Another day of work over, and without any huge disasters to boot. Oh, that reminds me. I should grab the latest copy of the murder files.
It ends a little abruptly there. I do think it's interesting with Fontaine. They were trying to like do a little bit more with the weapon system. And that's why I've said it before. I think Genshin kind of kneecapped itself a little bit by going to a solid 5 weapon system and never like being able to break out of that, as opposed to doing like a class or a path-based system like they do in Star Rail. But, like, you tell with Ridley, like, I know that he has a different weapon, but, like, you know, he's a brawling unit, but he still has to be stuck to whatever weapon he has. I think it's a sword. Like, the, one lady over here, Navia, she is, like, seems to be a broadsword user, an axe user, but, you know, it's characterized like her umbrella. Or, like, in this case, you have, I think she said Chevreuse was her name. She's clearly meant to be a musket user, a gun user, but since there's no gun to weapon, she has a lance. And her special ability is her gun, even though it's clearly meant that she's supposed to have the gun as the weapon. It's like, it would have been helpful if they weren't stuck with a certain weapon type, because then you wouldn't have to be like, oh, this person's main way is brawling or a gun, but we have to attach a weapon to them in some way. So, they get lances. They get swords. They get bows. It's a little restrictive. I like her voice actor. She kind of reminds me of Mia in appearance. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave her in B. I think it's a good trailer. It doesn't tell me a lot about her, admittedly. Just that she, you know, catches crooks and stuff like that. And I do like the fact that they're like, oh yeah, she likes fair food, and she likes detective novels. But those all seem like kind of very baseline traits, and again, it felt like it was over a little too fast, so we're gonna leave that in B. Not a bad rank though. A lot of the Fontaine characters are at least very interesting design wise. Don't know about gosh dang it, it did again. Sometimes it just pops me out of my thing. Okay, this is a funny one because I actually got this guy's, like, you know, in Genshin, they send you, like, birthday messages depending on the character's birthday. And so I read this as gaming. Like, if you were saying, like, I'm a video gamer, I do, you know, like, gaming. That's how I'm pretty sure it's pronounced gaming or something like that. But I read that as gaming. Fortune shines in many colors. So, I don't know who this character is, but let's see.
Hey, boss. The name's Gaming.
Gaming.
I'm a guard from the communications office.
I assumed.
I'm the best wushu dancer in the Secure Transport Agency and the busiest guard of the wushu dancing community. How about that? So, all this needs shipping, right? Whether it takes me uphill, downhill, or out to the sticks. I get the goods from A to B. I'll even take them across the sea if needed.
So another...
Start my warm-up routine.
So I don't know if he's supposed to be a performer or a delivery boy. That wasn't quite clear. I feel like showing off the splits.
I feel like watching Manzai has helped me get a better handle on how Swan Yi look in action. As soon as I put my Wusho head on, I'm right in the zone.
I like his design, like the fiery, like kind of dragon head there is pretty cool.
You hungry? Ah! I managed to book this cool place for dinner. They only do evening service and it's invite only. My treat.
His appearance and his personality remind me a lot of Luca from Star Rail. Kind of like your everyday average guy, like kind of casual friend vibes. I'm gonna put him here. I do like his abilities. I like his, like the animation, the fiery thing. But again, I'm not clear on who he is. Like I wasn't like, is he a street performer? Is he a delivery person? Like where? I didn't think I even caught where he's from. I assume he's from Inazuma or Liyue, but I didn't actually catch much about him. It's like it's flashy and it's cool, but I still don't really understand anything about him. So we're gonna put him there. Who's next? Okay, Jian Young, maybe? Unfettered as the Wind. I believe this is one of the Adepti people. It's one of the it's the Grand Crane lady, if I remember correctly. Again, another one of those weird characters who was like introduced way early in the game, but didn't actually get released in the game until like way later. A little strange, but you know, let's see. I don't know anything about her besides the fact that she's one of the Adepti, so you know, she has some relation to Zhongli, but 2, 1.
For a modern heroine, we need a modern weapon.
Quite.
The likes of swords, staffs, spears, bows are ubiquitous in opera. We need something more original. For example,
Gusto.
Gusto?
Ganyu and Shenhe. She's like Bayonetta. She's like Genshin Bayonetta. Her outfit is like entirely that. Especially with her voice. She's pretty.
Gusto aside, she must also be an exceptional inventress. Few can master martial arts in a lifetime, yet to invent is to change life itself. Invention is the better part of valor.
Stop! I can't use any of this in the script. She's utterly ridiculous. An inventress? What a load of... Help!
Jump! Well, have I convinced you yet?
Absolutely! Please, Miss Inventress, help me down from here, please!
She is literally like the Genshin Impact version of Bayonetta. Like the glasses, the high ponytail, the outfit, the voice. That's literally like the Genshin Impact version of Bayonetta. And I've not even played those games. I just know that like that lady very much. I really do love all the crane imagery. I do like, again, I will admit I'm a little confused on why I'm guessing that Ganyu and Shenhe have some relation to her. I don't know a ton about the Adepti outside of Zhongli himself, but I'm guessing they have some relation to her. I have to wonder. I wonder if she has like the like crane transformation thing she does actually in the game as a unit or not. She's really pretty. I like her attacks. They said she was a bow person. I think she's an easy A. In fact, you know, I'm gonna actually even give her an S. She's very pretty. And I really like the crane imagery they did with that. I like the little story she has going on. I like, even though just the fact they show you that, you know, she, again, like a lot of the Adepti might not always understand people and humans. But I like the fact that, like, as soon as the lady who was, like, you know, kind of trash talking her is in danger, like 3 valleys away, she immediately rushes to the aid and showing that she's, like, very noble. Like, I like that. She's also just pretty. I like that. We'll give her that. I'd be willing to learn more about her. So I think this is Chiori. 1,000 Threads of Brilliance.
Her personality's
ahead of her time.
Oh, fashion designer, I guess.
She's like anti-mainstream.
I love the Inazuman touch.
Her designs are too flamboyant.
I think they look great.
No, it's more than that. I don't chase trends. I follow my intuition. And my aesthetics follow their own rules.
Those are fancy looking shoes. I do like the whole, like, fabric kind of background they have going through here. Get some, like, red thread of fate vibes going on here, too.
Chiori? That was a little blunt. What if it upsets your customers? Stay true to my dreams. Channel my defiance into my art. Don't let anyone tell me what I can or can't do. Well, maybe they're the ones who need to change.
Those must be her friends, I guess?
I am the cutting edge of fashion. Nadia, model this for me. You got it.
Guess she's friends with her. That's nice.
Now, last but not least, smile for the camera. My work brings in the customers, not my smile. But you've got such a pretty smile.
So she lost something there. I'm not always one for the fashion-based characters, like the fashionista sort of things. But I do like that she has a connection to this lady who I really like. That seems like a good, like, girl pal type of thing, vibe going on there. I also do like the fabric designs they had going on in the background. Slow effects. I would have liked a little bit more. I think she's a Geo character. I'm going to give her an A. Honestly, by this point in the game, with the Fontaine trailers, they've gotten clearly very good at making trailers by this point. So, like, a lot of these are honestly ranking pretty high for me because the trailers in general are pretty good. Even if I'm not, like, immediately loving the character, I'm just like, that was good, though. I like that. I like they show her interacting with the other characters. You can see, like, who her friends are in Fontaine, or at least people who she interacts with. It's still not quite the same as, like, you know, like in All Hate Them's trailer, we get an idea of, like, how he interacts with the characters, and I still don't know, besides that she's clearly her friend. She doesn't have, like, a whole lot I don't know about how she feels about the other characters that were there, but, you know. Not a character I necessarily pull for, but, you know, it's a good trailer. Okay, gosh, this is the lady with the Grim Reaper life, I think. I think it's, like, Arlecchino? Lullaby? Gosh, I know a lot of people that really like her. And she does have, admittedly, a very cool design. I don't know anything about her, but I do definitely know who this person is.
Legend has it that long ago, The long nights.
Oh, this one's softer than the other ones. Let me turn the volume up a little bit.
With a den of dangers untold.
Got the black and white and red.
The children would huddle at home and light the hearth.
She got X's in her
awaiting the
eyes.
adults' return.
So, definitely a villain character.
A spark cannot shatter all shadows until it sets all ablaze. Or else, to the other end of light, lie still bleak shades.
Creepy. Got a scythe. Creepy lullaby music in the background. Then we got the one-winged angel thing going on, man. This is a character they like designed to be cool in every way. She kind of reminds me of Acheron a lot in her appearance.
The children love to play by the fireplace. So let us continue to use the name House of the Hearth. Still, its flame is no longer needed, for you have the strength to defend yourselves.
Okay, is she like the caretaker of those other three? I gotta admit, that's another one that I just have to put in S rank. That was really cool. I didn't even want to say anything during it. Like the creepy lullaby music, the black, red, and white. I love red and black as a color scheme, but she's a very well. This is clearly a character that they sat in a room together and said, "How many things can we put on one character to make them cool?" She's got one winged thing going on. She's got a Grim Reaper scythe. She's got a really cool outfit. She's got red X's in her eyes. Has the low, like, dangerous voice. Like, this is definitely strikes me as a villain character. Like, definitely this is someone who you're probably gonna have to fight in the game, who definitely will probably try and kill you at some point. But, like, you know, it's one of those ones that you want to, like, just enjoy them being bad, because it's like, that's just a cool character. They're in the red things they were doing with that, with the weird, like, ways that, like, the scenes flashed in and out, and there's like these weird glitchy effects, and then she's like on this frozen throne, and oh my gosh, there's a lot of cool things about that. I wonder if I had context on who she is as a character, that'd probably be an even cooler trailer for me. But like that's really cool. I understand why people like her. Even if you don't know anything about her, that's honestly really, that's like you put everything you possibly could on a character to make them cool, and that's what you got. That's really cool. Hopefully, I mean, she definitely looks like she's an antagonist, probably. Hopefully she doesn't die. Sethos, I assume. Revelation of the Silent Sands. I think he's supposed to be related to Cyno somehow. Which again is one of those questions that you're like, how are you related to a character if you come out so much later than him, but whatever. 3, 2, 1.
You got questions? You've come to the right person. On the off chance I don't have the answers, I can ask around and help you find out.
Sethos. Pretty interesting guy. He's like a distant cousin of Cyno's. The first time we met, he came up and asked me if I was Hat Guy.
He nods his head when he talks. It's like, oh, I don't know, like a little puppy, yes?
Doesn't play enough TCG.
Some of my elders say I'm difficult to control, like a wild animal. But don't you think it's kind of an issue that they want to control how other people think in the first place? Sometimes an over-reliance on ancient wisdom can make you forget the strength that you and your companions already have. Move or be moved! Behind you! Don't mention it. I'll protect you. Or you can protect me. Whatever works.
I bet you he's Fogato's voice actor from Fire Emblem Engage. The personality is almost the same, and the voice is very similar. So he reminds me a lot of Fogato from Fire Emblem Engage. But essentially you have, like, you know, who in that game was like Desert Prince, outsider who has a cheery demeanor about them and is way more perceptive than they let on. Clearly he has some connection to Sino. I like the fact that, kind of like with Al Hitham's trailer, the way he's described is actually by other characters, so you like hear Tainari talk about him, you hear like Farazan talk about him. So it helps cement him in the thing. I think I can give him a B. Again, the biggest problem with that trailer, especially coming after Arlecchino's trailer, is that it's a lot of stock him just fighting. I do really like the fact that they have other characters talking about him. I do like the fact that he has a lot of voice lines. He seems like a very, like, cool guy. Like, I think he'd be a fun character to get to know. He reminds me a lot of like Claude or Fogato from Fire Emblem. But not necessarily a lot visually going on though. But a solid trailer, very solid trailer. Just hard to come up behind Arlecchino's trailer. It's just kind of like me shocked. Still very very good, I think.
Huh.
Gosh, I don't know. Seguin, maybe? I don't know how to pronounce that. Bitter Cure. I think she's a Fontaine person.
Really? It's medicinal?
Yep, it has a bunch of uses, and medicine's one of them. Her maritime flower in full bloom is a great cure for exhaustion. You can buy them in the store, but they're not as good. You want maritime flowers? I know a place where there's lots of them, really pretty ones! Off we go!
A doctor of some sort, I think?
I'll keep looking.
Those are the little like otters that look like Nucleate.
Not around here. Petals contain all the good stuff.
Those kind of colorful backgrounds they got going on. Giant syringe.
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
And of course it's a bow person.
So, I made some herbal tea with added maritime flowers. It's really refreshing. Wanna try some?
I don't know who that girl is.
Of course. Why didn't you say it was so bitter? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Well, the important thing is that it works.
don't know who the person in the blue hat is, but she's like, I don't know what kind of, she's clearly some sort of aquatic creature, but she's like a cat girl, but like aquatic creature sort of thing. So another one of those ones that falls into like the kid character, which are hard for me to judge because I don't like those type of characters, but also I do kind of like the kind of cutesy aesthetic they have going on with her. I like the interaction they have with her, and she has her like these whole hand-drawn things. I'll give her a B. I'll give her a B. She is cute. She doesn't seem quite as childish as the other ones do, at least. So, you know, she's like a nurse. She reminds, you know what she looks? She looks a lot like Lynx from Star Rail, who's the same kind of like small doctor sort of vibes. All right, coming down to the wire here. I think we got like 6 left. Almost there. I think it's just not lens. I'm gonna assume that's Emile? Oh, Emily? Probably just Emily. I don't know why I said that. Iridescent Trail.
Kitty, where are you? Worry, confusion, anxiety. All these emotions are like the aroma of a long night of endless rain. But add a drop of something unexpected, and you never know what can bloom. Life is like a soft breeze that sweeps across the land.
Interesting voice. Very tomboy. So is the haircut.
When spices are abundant, it all comes down to careful selection.
They're pretty outfit. I like the little hat thing.
Water. Yes, the most important part of perfume is the easiest to overlook. Pure water.
She's a perfume maker, I guess.
With no color or odor, all other ingredients have nowhere to hide. Removing all distractions allows the true form to take shape. Then I think I'll combine the air after it rains, the nectar of a feisty flower, and...
Wanna try?
Oh, fried food?
Here.
Ah, with a base note of pure satisfaction.
So I do like that a lot of the Fontaine trailers do show the characters interacting with each other. It clearly, this is something, like I said, the biggest thing that I'm doing to show this is showing how like Genshin definitely has grown and gotten better over time, and that's what this kind of whole project is to do for me. Because right now I'm in the beginning of the game where the game's honestly pretty lackluster. But this is kind of, again, to kind of prove that Genshin does get better over time. I think I'll give her a high C. Her voice is just kind of very deadpan to me. And it's, again, it sounds very tomboyish, which doesn't seem to quite fit the appearance of the character. So that's a little strange to me, but I think her appearance is cool. She's a perfume lady, clearly. I'm being attacked by my puppy and my sister.
Come here, Gussie.
So, hey Gus. You can't really
Come
see
here,
him,
Gussie.
but
Come here. Oh yeah. Come here, Gussie.
he's gonna fall. He's gonna get stuck in all that yarn. You cannot give him my goldfish yarn.
Give him more. Up. You can't see me over here.
No.
Come here, Gussie.
Okay, Malin, that's water.
Come on, Gussie.
This is electronics.
Come up.
How did you think that was gonna end? He just ate your paper towel.
Okay.
Pull him out of his throat.
Gross, that's got... Gross, that's fine. We're out of here.
Well, that lasted about 10 seconds. No, Malin, Malin, if he hits the camera... He just stepped on a couple of keys. Did that hit anything?
No. I wouldn't let him do that. No, I see.
You just let him, like, almost knock my entire table over.
Alright, I'll leave. I was trying to give you a fun surprise. Come on, guys, let's go.
He's a Claude, that's why I worry. I do love my Gus. I really do. But I also know he's not nimble. If it was Piper or Freya, they're a little bit more nimble. Gus is a bit of a Claude. He's got big paws, he's got long legs. He's a clumsy guy. So he just makes me nervous when I have everything barely holding together by threads. So anyway, putting her at the end, she didn't even say her name, so I don't know. I think it's Emily. Or it might be Amelia. I don't know, because she's from the Fontaine, so it might have a weird pronunciation to it. So we'll see. Kachina. Okay, now we should be in the not Link characters, I think. So we're not gonna have. There's not gonna be any. I never even figured out who the lady with the blue hat is. In those trailers, they had the one lady with the blue hat. I guess she doesn't have a demo. It's too bad. I wanted to know who she was. Oh well. She knows, because now we're into the Natlink characters, who I know squat about. Shimmering Dance of Stone.
Your footsteps told me you were coming.
And we have another child character. Great.
By the way, would you like to visit my home sometime? There are a lot of legends about heroes in Natland. You've been to a bunch of countries in Tibet, so you must know a lot of legends, right? Do you think there's any shiny ores underneath all of this sand? We could do a quick dig just to check. Yeah. Let her rip.
She reminds me of Hook from Star Rail. She's got a little drill. Something. Yeah, she's like breakdancing. That's cool.
Are my ears trembling? Sorry, but I can't really control them. They're way too excited right now. Here, let me just cover them up.
That was a surprisingly short trailer. Cat girl. Gosh. Just, why are there so many of the same, like, small child with short hair in this game? There's, like, so many of them. There's, like, one for each element. I don't know who... I'll give her a C. It's not a bad trailer. I don't like these type of characters, and there's so many of them. She seems fine. Like, she didn't have an annoying voice, but it's still like... You see one, you see them all, sort of thing. That's the way I have to look at those characters. It's hard to really judge them any other way. Because how many times can you do a child character and it be something different? Especially when they're all female, and most of them are cat girls. So see, I think it's Mualani. The ultimate sightseeing experience. I think she's the one that rides on the dolphin. Or shark. That was kind of a cool iridescence color to her. That's cool.
Heyo! I'm Mualani, a guide from the people of the springs, at your service. Oh, all of Natland is at our fingertips. Let me show you. Follow me!
That's kind of... Music's nice.
Thanks, dude! Whoa! My tribe's for the fun zap. Now feast your eyes on this!
She is. She kind of looks like Amber in a way.
Alright, last but not least, it's time for the grand finale! Ready? Whoa! There's always a shortcut. Get ready to land! Here we are! Did you have fun? Of course you did. Catch you on the next one!
So she seems like a very cheerful, colorful character. I like that it's kind of like showing off like all of like Notlin itself. I like that it looks like a postcard. I like the lots of color, lots of movement. I like it shows her running into the other two. I'll put that in an A. It's a cute, fun thing. Again, the super cheerful characters can sometimes be a dime a dozen, but, you know, she looked like fun. And you usually need to have those to balance out the more, like, edgy, serious characters. Okay, Knitch. Fiery Pursuit. This is a character I do know a little bit about, just that he has kind of a video game pixel art aesthetic, and I pulled for him purely because of that reason. I thought his outfit was cool. And I used him. He has kind of like a grappling hook attack. I thought that was pretty cool. But I don't know anything about him character-wise. So let's see here. Video game, loving it. Oh, that's cool. Love the pixel art. This is like an arcade trailer. Pac-Man. It's like I like all these like classic video games here.
リストを見るにこれでラストだ。依頼完了。アハウ。あいつらを呼んだの。
Oh, this is in Japanese.
使えねえゴミばっかだぜ。タグ、お前はいつになったらやられんだ。この偉大なる勢力フラハはお前の体を奪う日が待ちきれねえぜ。
I didn't even realize this was in Japanese because he doesn't speak in the whole trailer. Okay, well, I think I got the most from the visuals. I really wish they would put in the title Japanese dub. So you can't tell until you watch the trailer. I think I got the vibes. He's going to get an S just because I loved how many different art styles they had. All the pixel arts, all the references to other like classic games. I don't know how the heck it has to do with Genshin Impact or Notlin or anything like that. I don't know how it has to do with the character, but I love the artistry of the trailer. I love all the pixel art, the like Pac-Man reference, the like all this reference to old style gaming. And I think his outfit's cool. And he has like a dragon partner. So I'm gonna give him S just because that's the reason I pulled for him as a character, is that I saw his like abilities. And I'm like, this is a really cool character. I don't know what the heck he has to do with anything, or I don't know what his personality might be. But this is a character that I would get just purely based on aesthetics. Like, it's very cool looking. Let's hope that the rest of them are in English. Again, I hate that they don't say, like, whether it's English or Japanese. Like, they don't have, like, a separate site.
Wow.
Because this is, I think, Zionen? Zilonen. Fervent Beats. And this is the Lion Lady.
What a beautiful gem. You should turn it into jewelry.
We should check the grade first. But I can think of a better use for you.
Is she like a DJ? She's got rollerblades. That's interesting. She's like a leopard lady, I guess.
Truly a precious gem, and so damn simplistic. Could be wasted on a piece of jewelry. Looks like these Saurians don't miss a beat. Time for a test drive.
Got a few tricks on my sleeves, yeah. Others on my squeeze and freeze, yeah. I'm make sure don't need no teaser. Straight, yeah, you should check me. I'll last a week or two when you got no idea what to do. Always on my mark, no time to cues. Shining light for me, the stage is not for you.
I did not expect that.
So long to dig up, and now the phlogiston is gone.
That's for the best. Better lost in the heat of battle than locked away in a jewelry box. Gems like these are meant to burn.
Okay, so thoughts on that one. It was a good trailer. That honestly felt like something that came out of like League of Legends or something, like, you know, KDA or something like that. Anyone remembers them from like League of Legends? It's a good trailer. The biggest thing is that I'm like, I have trouble believing that that trailer also exists in the same universe as something like New Villette, as something like Kaya, as something like Zhongli. It's like, I don't know what to think about Notland, because I'm like, on one hand they seem like hyper advanced, but on the other hand they have this kind of very rustic, like Grand Canyon vibes. Like, she's DJing, has full-on technology. That doesn't... Genshin feels like a very kind of fantasy-esque world. That's kind of like very high-tech. It almost is... It's weird. It's a good trailer. I do like the music in it. I'll give it an A. With an asterisk of, it's a good trailer. I don't know if it belongs in Genshin Impact, though. If someone went and showed me that trailer, I would not have assumed that's from Genshin Impact. I would have assumed that's from a different game. Like Zenless Zone Zero or something. Like, just the vibes of that trailer, her rapping in it, the DJing, like, it just... It's weird how this exists at the same time as something like Fontaine and Sumeru and Inazuma. It's like almost, they started at the beginning with Mondstadt and every region has gone like slightly more advanced in technology. And to the point where I'm like, okay, so if all this advanced stuff exists in Notland, then why doesn't it exist in any of the other regions? I don't... It feels a little weird, not jump the shark bad, but it's like, the tone is very different, and I'm not sure that I like it. But I did like the music. It just feels like I was watching like a KDA or a League of Legends trailer instead of like...
So much more, down the drain.
Okay. Ororon, I think. Elusive and unfathomable hues. I think this is the bad guy. We're just starting off with the trippiness, okay.
Sometimes the shrouded path is not meant to be walked. The moonlight makes the surface of the water glisten. Although, at night, the water turns pitch black. It's impossible to tell how clean it is.
Like the Beethoven, like, piano going on right now. Again, it's all the psychedelic colors here.
Hello, I'm Ororon from the Masters of the Nightwind.
His outfit's really cool.
Look up! I don't know where I come from, but that doesn't bother me too much. I care more about where I'm going. There are things buried beneath the snow. Careful now. Let's not wake them up.
Okay, I think that's like the definition of edgy character right there. I like his outfit. Again, I'm not sure how I feel about the dubstep. We're missing 2 trailers. I'm gonna have to look for those. So how many do we have left? Yeah, I'm missing 2 trailers. I'm gonna have to look for those. Somehow I don't have them on here, so we'll have to look them up. I'll put him in A. Again, I'm not sure how I feel about the dubstep music in the background. I think his outfit's really cool. And I like the psychedelic colors they have there, but again, they're more just kind of pretty. They're not really telling me anything about him. Like, clearly he has this kind of bat aesthetic in darkness and talking about dark waters and stuff, but like, it's more like, it feels like flash, not substance. But at the same time, I really like it in terms of like the artisticness of it. And I like his outfit, and I think his voice is cool. So we'll put him in A. I do think he's really cool, that's for sure. Who do we have left? I think it's just the gun lady after this. Chaska. Feather-fletched piece. This is the one I saw recently, and I'm kind of like... I think she's the one that rides like on a giant gun. Anyway, again, the Natlan characters are kind of just a different breed. Anyway, 3, 2, 1.
A peacemaker's job.
Gunslinger
is to
vibes.
resolve conflicts. It can cost a little mora, a little wine, maybe a little dignity. And sometimes a few bullets. But whatever it takes to get a resolution, right? Whatever's going on here, how about we talk it out?
It's an open and shut case. We know these Tepetlosaurs stole the gems. Greedy little things, huh? Huh. Everyone's been turning on each other thanks to them.
Oh, really? Well, the stolen gems were transported with a spice shipment. And I don't smell any spices here. But your frame job? Now that I can smell a mile away.
Alpha standoff.
the sky. There's nowhere to hide.
Literally riding a giant gun. What even is this world anymore?
Conflict resolved. Sometimes you gotta do things the old-fashioned way.
Okay, so heavy, heavy, heavy Old West vibes going there. But again, I'm gonna put her in B. Because I don't like it. It's so weird she's riding a gun like a broomstick. That's just so strange to me. And again, this character exists in the same reality as having the random, like having like a fox lady. Or the same reality as, you know, like someone like Sino with the God of Judgment things going on. Or like, these Notlink characters aren't necessarily bad. I just don't know how to feel about them because they're so just different. That they feel like they're not in the same universe as all the rest of the Genshin Impact stuff. Like, again, they feel like alts or spin-offs or something. They just don't feel like cohesive with the rest of the world. Like, if I saw that character interacting with any of the other characters on this list, it would feel strange. Anyway, we got 2 people on here that I must have missed on my demos. Okay. I'm pretty sure I know what her name is. Let's go check this. This is why I got another playlist just in case I missed any. So let's see if I can find... Okay, so we're missing this one. We're missing... the other girl that looks like a mermaid. This girl. Okay. So let's watch these 2. I don't know how I missed these ones.
The sea's teeming with creatures.
Okay, pause for a moment. Give me a second. Oh gosh. She's from Inazuma. That's one heck of a name. Sengan no Miya Kokomi. I know Kokomi is a, like, mermaid. 1,000 Waves Under the Moon. Okay, last 2. While I'm doing this, let me go put this on.
The sea's teeming with creatures, all fighting to survive. When a mighty predator approaches, weaker fish seek shelter. Yet many will still be devoured. But when smaller fish gather together, they can act as one body for the protection of all. This is how the weak mount their resistance. Thrust and rebuild! Our ancestors once dwelt in the dark ocean depths. How must they have felt when they first gazed upon the starry sky? Thinking of that moment makes me cherish the precious light I see now. Billowing surge! together to overcome larger foes. Watatsumi must unite to survive, and I must lead them to new open waters. For that is my duty as Divine Priestess.
See, how does that exist in the same reality as, you know, this, the lady riding on a gun? She's really pretty. I love the music. It's very soothing. And I love all the water. Where do I want to put her? She's also really pretty. I'll put her in A. She got like this dancer vibe to her. She has a really soft voice. She's very pretty. I love all the water effects. You can tell I really enjoy water characters because a well-known water character can do some really like just pretty stuff. Okay, so that's her. And who's the person we're missing? Chlorine? Oh, this must be the girl. This must be the lady I was missing. The one that I bet you this is the lady with the blue hat that I missed. Night vigil amongst mist candlelit shadows.
Calculate distance. Correct for wind speed and humidity. Ready. Next breathing cycle, fire a non-lethal shot.
I like her outfit. She's got a really cool hat. Got a little rapier? Oh, I love me a good rapier.
Ready. These are my hunting grounds. Struggle all you want. I always catch my prey in the end.
That's cool.
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
She's like an electric character. Like she has her vision like a Bruges.
I owe my skills to the Marechaussee hunters, who fought to bring Fontaine out of a dark age. Someone needs to keep them sharp at all times. The hunt is complete.
Oh, she's cool. Again, the thing with her, I'm gonna say here, is like, so you see she has a gun. That type of gun is just so different than the lady over here who's riding on a gun. The fact that that character and this character and this one, the DJ girl, all exist in the same world is just strange to me. My brain's trying to grapple with it. I think I'm gonna put her in A too. I love her outfit. I love the music to it. I love the way it looks like hitting off with the beats as she was bouncing off the different trees in her like little electric form. Man, I didn't think I was gonna like this many of the Fontaine characters, but I'm like, actually, I liked a lot of them. They're really cool. Alright, that should officially be all of them. So there you go, there you have it. Gosh. I think with the extra 2, that's, what, 78 trailers? Oh my gosh, and here we are at 11 o'clock at night. Man. I have so many opinions here. I'm gonna do 2 last trailers in a minute. But I'm gonna have my final thoughts here on the Genshin trailers. So I'm not going to go through every tier, but we're just going to go through the S tier, the ones who were top of the line. So I like the fact that like the further on I got in the game, the more there were, which I guess actually speaks more to the quality of the earlier regions. The fact that these ones were very good in spite of being pretty early in the game. And then like it's like after Sumeru, the quality in the trailers just like skyrockets, because then pretty much everyone from like Sumeru, Fontaine are all in like the S or the A rank. Only a few of them actually are in B rank. And then the only ones are like the Notland ones are just a little weirder because they're good, but I just don't know how to feel about them because they're tonally so different from the other ones. So it's kind of like, how do all these exist in the same world? Which, to go off on a tangent a little, just a tiny bit, this is the one thing that I think is a little bit of a, not necessarily weakness of Genshin Impact, but the doing all this a gacha game only existing in one world. For instance, in Star Rail, you can go to different worlds. So if there's a different tonal shift, it doesn't really matter. So like if you have, for instance, like you have Liyue or Inazuma that has this very kind of old Japan, old China vibes. But then you have Natlan that has this kind of advanced technology, but yet also like dinosaurs and stuff. That's fine because in Star Rail, you could just say those are two different planets. They don't have to match. They're entirely different planets. They can have different walks of life. However, if we're going to say all of this is on the same planet in Teviat, across, like, they're just on different continents, the fact that the technology is kind of all over the place, and it clearly is just, like, you know, as they get further along in the game, things get, like, it's almost like it's power creeping itself. Like, things just, like, the tone just shifts so much, almost like they have to, like, keep trying to reinvent themselves. And you just keep trying to reinvent the small cat girl, which is something they use, like, 6 times. You know, it's something that every gacha game runs into. I don't blame Genshin for it. It's just something I note. It's why the Natlan characters feels weird to me, because they are so different from everything else. I can't imagine them existing in the same place as all the rest of the Genshin characters. You know? Anyway, for the S rank, last call, I'm just going to do only for S. We had Zhongli, Yaka, Nahida, Alhaitham, Liney, Nuvalet, Ridley, I think it was Xingyang, Archelino, and Knitch made it into the S rank. Although we actually have, I think the one that had the most, outside of that though, out of all of them, was the A rank. So a lot of them I like really did enjoy. And clearly after Sumeru, I liked most of the Fontaine trailers. Almost all the Fontaine characters are in this A rank. I think only like one of them is below the A rank. And like a good amount of the Notland characters are up there too, and so are actually a good amount of the Sumeru characters. I think almost all the Sumeru characters are up in the A rank too. So clearly they just got new animators or just better design team or something after that patch, because the characters just generally got really, really good. So I'll save this and download and put in our Discord later. So that's it. That's all 77 trailers. Gosh, it's going to take me like a few days just to absorb all that. But then after I'm ready to do that, because I'll step away from this for a little bit. Just to give my brain time to absorb. That's so much information. That was so many videos I watched in the course of 2 days. Definitely more than I normally would. But then I'm going to go and take another swat at doing Genshin Impact and playing it as a game genuinely. Because, again, the thing is that mostly I was reminded about this, especially looking at Sumeru and looking at Fontaine. There's a lot of cool characters in those regions. There's a lot of cool ideas in those regions. I'm curious what the stories are going to be like in those regions. So I think that I just can push myself through the first few regions, at least through the first one. Hopefully the stories will be good. Now, the biggest caveat to this, obviously, is the fact that, like, the biggest thing that bothers me in the first region is something I know that's not innately going to change. It's the fact that the Traveler, the main character, is silent, and Paimon talks too much in the third person and kind of ruins the tension of every scene she's in. So maybe in later regions they'll just use her less. But I'm like, these are all great characters. I could see they easily could be made into like shambles or less jokes with badly timed, like, Paimon interruptions. But I'm going to go in optimistic. I mean, look at all these characters I liked. Like, just, look at all those. Only, like, I think anything, like, because even the C tier I didn't necessarily dislike. They were just ones I wasn't very interested in. But, like, everything B and up were ones that I was like, okay, these are good. And I would say anything in A or S are characters that I'd be interested in learning more about. And a lot of them are from the earlier regions. So, I think this is a great thing to do. I feel I'm at least more knowledgeable in all the characters in Genshin Impact now, but I think that was great. I had a good time. It was a marathon like I thought it was going to be, but that was pretty fun. And now kind of for the I'm going to do 2 last trailers purely for myself. And these aren't trailers actually for characters. This is more something that I want to do is kind of for anyone who's still hanging on to the thing here. Is considering this a bonus. I'm going to go and play. So Genshin Impact and Star Rail both are by Hoyoverse, and they do concerts. There's been a lot of concerts for video game music. So I'm going to be playing the concert trailer. They're both animated. They're 2D animated, so that's why I'm going to watch them because these are all 3D animated, which is great. But I love a good 2D anime style trailer, So I'm going to play the Genshin Impact trailer for their concert, and then I want to play the trailer for Star Rail. The reason I'm going to play these two back to back is essentially to show the tone differences as games between Genshin Impact and Star Rail, in my opinion. With the exception of Notland. Notland kind of is a weird extra area that doesn't kind of fit the tone I think Genshin Impact has as a whole. But I just want to go and show the animation that Genshin can have for its trailer, essentially how beautiful it can make its trailers, and I wanted to show kind of what I like to show the tone differences for the world and for the characters between Genshin Impact and Star Rail. So I'm going to watch those two kind of as my palate cleanser before we finish out the night here. We'll have a couple of closing words. I'll try and be brief, as my dad tends to tease me whenever I take an exceptionally long amount of time to sign off. But so we'll do for our last kind of finale up here. So this is the Genshin concert promotional video. So this was for, I think, their second concert, where the music was based off because each of the year that they have a concert, it's based off a different region. So this was the year that they did for Liyue. Oddly enough, this is the only one I could find a trailer for. I couldn't find a trailer for like Mondstadt or Inazuma or any of the other concerts they did. They only have one for Liyue. But anyway, so I'm going to play this. I'm not going to talk through it, I'm just going to watch. Then I'll comment on it afterwards. But largely, for anyone watching, the biggest thing I want you to pick up on this is what sort of tone and vibes are you getting from this animation? And then we're going to compare it to Star Rail's concert trailer, which is very different. 3, 2, 1. Gotten you. See if I can name all the characters now. That's Diona, I think. That's Albedo. That's Xiao. Miss Child. Here's Zhongli. Man, he looks so beautiful. Look at him. What a beautiful man. I'm just gonna stop for a moment here. This, let me see if I can catch it. So this like thing of him conducting with his hands up, that was literally the lock screen on my phone for like months. I now just have a different variation of it. It looks great in a conductor's outfit, so we're just gonna pause here for a moment. So short little video, but 2D animated. It looks great. I love 3D animation, but there's just something about 2D animation in an anime that looks great because they're still kind of. I like the fact they still have the kind of dragon pattern in his like outfit and everything like that. I like them all have like they have this like official concert attire they all have. But I like also the fact they're all playing classical music, so they have like classical instruments like, you know, like reed flutes and like drums and stuff like that. And then you have Childs playing a like electric guitar. That's very him. But I like there's not like there's just kind of this peaceful, lulling music. It's beautiful. It kind of rises in very orchestral, and it's short, but I like the warm tones. This very formal symphony like vibe, and it's just elegant. It's very pretty. It's very indicative of Liyue in general. And again, like I said, I do forget a figure of like Zhongli in his like conductor's outfit because I love that beautiful man. Anyway, so that's the Genshin concert video for Genshin Impact. Get the vibe. So we have some like, you know, kind of like very concert, very formal, very elegant, very, you know, just pretty in general. Has this strong warmth. And anyway, so that's the concert for Genshin Impact. Now I'm going to show you the concert trailer for Star Rail, and the tone is quite different. Not in a bad way, but it is quite different. So now we're going to show, this is the concert trailer for Star Rail. So you can tell the music's immediately different. It has a little bit more attitude. There's the Trailblazer right there. Anyway, both short trailers, both only music. But I like that this one, it's clearly telling, like, it has a very different attitude to it. And I think that has to do with the way that the two games are. Genshin Impact has much more of a elemental fantasy vibes to it. It's a little bit older feeling. It's a lot more elegant to it. It has a little bit more seriousness to it, at least for the most of the regions. But then you get to like Star Rail, and Star Rail is much more of a space comedy. So like it has a lot more silly things going on with it. The characters are a little bit more off kilter. They have a little bit more attitude. I like especially when you have like the saxophone in the very beginning there. Immediately tells you like it's not quite the same formal concert vibe as the Genshin trailer is. Same like animation style. But you can tell there's a lot more like slapstick things going on. Like, you know, in the beginning we had Kafka here. She's trying to pick out an outfit because she hasn't decided on her outfit yet, even though the concert's that night. Or like you have Jing Liu over here, who she was practicing her thing, and then, you know, the Trailblazer did something to annoy her, so she tries to hit her with an ice blade. And then you have Yin King over here, who finds the Trailblazer hiding in a trash can and gets spooked by him. Then you have like Argenti over here, who's going in and he's like handing out like invitations to everyone and doing like losing track of time that he needs to be on there in time. Then you have like Venturine in the back here, who's the one I told you that was like Kave, and he's like waking up late, and then he gets up and like trips over one of his cats essentially and falls over. It kind of relates to the fact that he has a whole thing that with like dreams, so that's why he's sleeping. But like, I like the fact that like everything that they're doing, and then like you have Rob in the in here. She's a singer and she's like preparing for it, and she has like, you know, she's so excited that she goes into the Hottie's hall early. But I like the fact that like all of them come together as performers at the end. They all come together dressed up, but opposed to like in the Genshin Impact concert, where like they're all very formal, they're all very composed, they all are like setting up, getting ready together. This one's has a kind of much more haphazard vibe to it. If all of them are kind of getting there at the last minute, just in time to make it for the curtain call. And I think that's kind of the different vibes between Star Rail and Genshin Impact, which is why I love both games, conceptually at least. I'm still having trouble loving Genshin Impact as a game, but as a concept, I love them both conceptually because they're very different vibes of what they're trying to do. And they both have really very well designed characters in them. I'm going to get a figure of Kafka in this dress because I love that she has this whole violin vibe going on with her. Anyway, so I'll leave it on here. We'll leave it here on my little tier list, and I will go and upload that, put to our Discord chat. But this was a better project, and I'm pretty happy I did it. I think I know a lot more about Genshin Impact now. I would love to do... at some point, someone's recommended to me to do all the Genshin Impact teasers, which apparently are the ones that explain the story of the characters. So, like, these ones were just showing off their abilities. Apparently, the teasers are the ones that give them, like, character hints, like, character story stuff. Give you more an idea of personality. So, I hear there's a lot less teasers, so that would probably be I'd be up for reacting to all the character teasers. Although I probably want to get a little further in the game yet, so that I don't, you know, I have a little more idea what's going on. But I'd be open for reacting to all the character teasers, and like I said, when we started this whole marathon, I would love to go and react to all of the Star Rail trailers. There aren't quite as many, I don't think. And I would love to rank those, because I have watched a lot of the Star Rail trailers, and that's actually what inspired me to do this video, is because watching a lot of Star Rail trailers, it's amazing how much it's grown, because, like, as I've always said that Genshin Impact walked so Star Rail could run. I think Star Rail is far and large the superior game in terms of like its design, its world building, and its quality of life features. But this game came first. It figured all the stuff out so that game could be even better. So I can love them both. I feel a lot more optimistic about Genshin Impact and playing the game now. So I think I'll be ready to play it in maybe a couple days. Probably most likely, I'm not sure. I gotta still do a lot for our market coming up, so I'm not sure that I'm gonna start Genshin Impact just yet. But maybe after I'm done with market preps, and I don't have to worry about that as much, so I can really like focus and really dig into it. But let me know. You know, would you like to see character teasers for Genshin Impact? Would you like to see character trailers for Star Rail? Would you like to see version trailers? I kind of like doing this whole watching a lot of videos and then listing them out. Although I probably wouldn't do 75 in 2 days again. That was actually quite a lot. But this is fun. I enjoyed it, and now I need to go and rest my eyes for a little bit because I've been staring at a screen for many hours at this point. So thanks for everyone who showed up, everyone who was able to pop in and watch, or those who watched the recording of this later. I'm planning to go and take the two streams and splice them up. I'm going to try and make a video of it so it's an easier to watch video on YouTube. I'll let you know about when that happens. But thank you everyone who was here, who's listening, who was lurking, who was able to provide any sort of moral support as I went through this list. And I hope that I've provided at least a little bit of background noise and entertainment to whatever you might be doing out in your lives today. And this has been at least the first cozy gamer thing I've done in a while with all the crochet lately, so it was nice to get back into games for a little bit. So expect more probably crochet streams coming up during the week, and I'll see what I can do about the gaming front on that. So, thank you very much, and good night.